She is so pretty, man. God
Pretty,
damn.
pretty. I'm so pretty.
Mhm.
Thank you, Simon.
We're reviewing this video. Have you been watching Wife School podcast?
I was peeping in. I did see this show, so
Okay.
I am familiar.
Okay. I'll go back and then we'll stop at a different point. Oh,
I'm allergic to
Why did we end up popping?
Well, first it was like, cause I would have went with him. Like he's my type, but I didn't like the giving out the flowers. I feel like at this point, you, it's not about being selfish. You made your choice, so why would you
I gave
want to give it?
everybody-
But
because everybody
why?
beautiful, and I got you a bouquet of flowers. I gave everybody a single flower.
But you don't think that's like?
You was penny wise and dollar foolish just now. I'm gonna just let you know.
And then you just said I gave her two.
That's
so
okay.
It must be meant to be. That's like flirtatious, no? That's very flirtatious.
That's very possessive.
I mean, yeah, you're supposed to be like,
We
if
just
we're
met.
gonna, like you're going to be my
We
man.
just
I
met.
don't.
We just men.
But we're here to be intentional. If we're going to date, like
I respect your opinion.
you know what I mean? That's
I,
crazy.
I respect that, but
Damn.
I hope you enjoy
do that.
those. I hope you enjoy those though.
Thank you. Okay, well, unfortunately, that's all the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming on. Let's give it up.
Mm-mm.
And she said he was her type. Like, why be bothered about who he did pick? I don't understand.
The way he is like, yo, I gave you flowers and like you're being flirtatious. I was like, what is that the exchange? Is that how we like deal with our ladies nowadays? Like I could get so if I give you some flowers, are you actually gonna go, okay, that's a nice thing that a man done for you?
It's a
Or are
nice.
you gonna take it like, oh, that's kind of mediocre because we've seen it too much, right?
No.
No, I mean,
Chivalrous.
yeah, I like flowers. So, it's a nice gesture. It's, I think that is, because a lot of women complain, oh, he don't buy me flowers, he don't do this. I think it was a nice gesture that he did, being friendly to give them one flower. Like, I don't see it as he want to be with all of them. Like he said, that's how he respectfully declined. He didn't have to say it in words or whatever the case may be. I'm sure they all had their exchange of why, who popped, who balloons, and why. And his response was, too bad, so sad, but here's a flower. Go on about your business. I think from a man to a woman, it was a nice gesture. But if I was that last woman, it wouldn't have bothered me because we would have been walking out together. But she popped her balloon after she said that was her type, all that good stuff. It's
Damn.
like she found a reason to, how some women, they hurt themselves out of a good thing. It's like she found a reason to say, you know what, I don't want to do this. You ain't have to do all that. And then you gave her two. It's like, no, girl, them flowers are stuck together. You only got a certain amount of time. They feel like girl two flowers. But I wouldn't have popped the balloon because his nice gesture to everyone, knowing that his gesture to me would have been a grander gesture.
It's kind of hurtful, right? It's really kind of hurtful. Like if you actually go out your way, like, and you actually think about it, like, because men are kind of stupid, like to be real. And I'm kind of stupid. So, if I'm going out my way, like to buy a lady flowers or something like that, I need to think about it. Like, it's like, what do you actually like? Because, like, I ain't just gonna buy a bunch of roses. I'm like, oh, what kind of flowers do you like? Do you get what I'm saying? And you might like a certain type of flowers, And the thing is, it's kind of interesting how people are kind of thoughtless in terms of how they approach a thing where it's going to be sort of where you're trying to reconcile some shit like that, right? And it shouldn't even get to that. So it's like, oh, I'm just gonna buy you flowers and it ain't your birthday, right? I'm just gonna buy you flowers, just to make you smile. I'm just gonna buy you flowers, um, just to ensure that I love you. You get what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a big deal.
Speak for yourself.
I
I
think
Right.
I mean, I hear what you're saying.
he
I feel like if you're gonna do anything, do it because you want to do it.
Hit the
right.
like button.
Do it because that
Well,
he
White School,
wanted.
what did you say? What did you say, White School? What did you say?
Nah, bro. I look to my orders, bro. That's where I got it from. They're like, yo, don't even deal with it. Like, I ain't buying it. I ain't buying a chick flowers just for no apparent reason. Like, I want to see her smile. Like, if you actually look, black women on earth are the most beautiful thing. Like, I can't even speak on it too tough, and I'll speak on it too tough on my own channel. Like, black women on earth are the most beautiful thing. There's nothing that can compare to them. So, like, when I hear anyone doing some egregious shit about like anything, like it could be like slight or whatever, I'm like, I get real sort of mad about it. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Mm-mm. It ain't happening. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Look,
So let
you
White
know,
School say, let White School see what she said. What did you say about a White School? What did you see?
Well, since I know a little bit more, right? I seen Desi. He's like a Instagram, like a social media comedian. He did like a little parody on a Pop the Balloon. So in that parody, he came out with bouquet of roses, passing them out to the ladies. So I figured, I was like, oh, so this guy, he's trying to mimic that and do something different when it, him being on this show, so he can get some attention or whatever, I guess, or just do something different. And so I was like, I don't know what he's doing. So I already was like, okay, I understand. And but I guess the girl just misread what was happening, and her jealous side came out, or whatever, how she is in relationships, territorial, or that came out. It showed
Is
itself.
that a death blow? Is that a death blow? The way she reacted?
Did you say
Well, it was a
genocide?
death blow to her, but I mean, the guy picked up on it and was like, I probably don't want to deal with this,
Wow.
and even though
was it a death blow to her because she popped the balloon only? I don't think that
in that
was
moment. In
in
that
that
moment,
moment, yeah.
Here's my thing, okay? She said a couple of things before where she said, one, I would have went with you. Two,
Uh-huh.
I'm intentional.
Uh-huh.
And if you're my man, this chick already fantasized about me being her man.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm saying, hold on for a second.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing where
our fame was a true player.
No, all I'm
it's that a
trying to
thing
say
though?
is,
I
I could have
wow.
talked her off that cliff that she was on. I would have talked her off of that damn thing without
Not in that moment.
I've never had a woman fantasize over me. Wow. Okay.
Apologizing for giving the flowers to other women because I would have told her while she's looking at it the wrong goddamn way because she
That's
already told me
special.
she was interested in me.
Wow.
I don't know how many words that a man used to hear. I done went with you. I'm
Is that
intentional.
for real? Nah, seriously. I need to understand.
Came out of her mouth.
I'm not being bad enough, man. I'm just saying.
Simon,
Like, is that for real? Is that for real?
Simon. The thing with that, Arcane, is I hear what you're saying. I hear everything that you're saying. This could have been a situation where he could have saved himself, right? However, she stated all the affirmatives just to say, why would you do all that stuff? Which means the light switch was on, and then when he did that, he turned it off. And so,
can you put your finger up again?
Wait a minute, though. You're missing the point. If she asks why you did that, that opens the door to an explanation.
I just don't understand how a woman can fantasize over you. Like, women don't do that. Women don't.
Simon, be quiet, man.
I don't know why I'm looking at this little. I would listen. First of all, I think she's a good-looking woman, right? I wouldn't let her hurt herself by missing out on a guy like me. Right, just because she had a moment. Just because she had a moment.
So,
Yeah, but it still don't. But if you gotta apologize now, you're gonna have to apologize at dinner. If I'm being nice to the waitress, you're gonna apologize if you're smiling at somebody else. You're gonna apologize when you gave let your mama sit in the front seat and you had to make her sit in the back seat. You're gonna have to keep apologizing.
Did the word apology come out of my mouth? No, it didn't.
I'm saying your actions are apologizing. You don't have to say it. I'm saying you gonna take out the dinner. You gonna everything.
I'm not taking goals or something like that.
Wait,
I'm saying
how did you do that? How? I mean, I'm trying to learn from you. How do I get
mindset?
How do I get a woman to like be on my page? How do I do that? Because
I mean, you gotta figure that shit out.
I've been struggling for a while, man.
You don't listen. You don't listen to nobody. Just figure that shit out on your own.
We all struggle.
Figure that shit out.
I have, man. Well, I'm a bachelor. Like, I got my own house. I'm a lawyer. Like, and no one wants to get with me. I'm like, God damn.
Have you ever thought about it?
Like, do I need to go and work at Walmart just to get someone's attention or some shit? I don't know. Like, I'm
being mean. Stop being mean to everybody. You might find somebody. You can't be mean.
You think I'm mean?
No, but you think I ain't saying you are mean because I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? But it's how you come off to people, man. And it's in your listen. It's what you say, man. That's all.
I'm listening.
You over struggling right now. It's your fault though. I can't give you no pointers on how to be a man. Just be confident. Our pain just be
you're a man. You know what it is. Like
on the confidence, and he believes that his words would have been able to woo her.
I'm being really sincere. Like I've actually got to a point where I've got to a real point where I'm like, I'm really sort of really listening. Like, you know, please tell me because I'm crying over here. I'm by myself. I kind of like get insecure and like.
Simon, get outside, go to the park, walk a trail, something.
I could do that. I could do that with my kid, but like I just want to be with somebody. Do you get what I mean? What's wrong with that?
Damn.
Yeah, but you don't want to be with somebody out of like loneliness and desperation. Yeah. Like you have to be with somebody because you've grown and you know who you are. You're not insecure. You've overcome those insecurities. And the woman, she ain't gonna want to see that. She's like, man, you know, you were kind of cool in the beginning, but you know, I can see your insecurities. I don't know. You gotta fix that. So those are things that you have to address, and then you'll show up more confident, and you won't have to whine like you're doing.
Just
Simon, do you have
sorry, I didn't mean to be mean like that.
No, that was real.
No, you're not being mean, you're being true, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Simon, do you have any hobbies?
Wife school, can I ask you a question?
Do I have any what?
But let me ask.
No, he was over talking to you. I couldn't hear it. What do I have any what?
You over talk all the time. Go ahead, Arpe. Hold on, Simon. Damn.
No, Ferg, please. Ask that question. No, Ferg, ask the question, Ferg. Go on.
I just asked, do you have any hobbies, man? That's it.
Yeah, I swim. I ski.
Okay, so find a woman that likes to ski, man.
I like black women, but most of the time they don't like to swim because they don't.
Listen, Simon, yes, 8 out of 10 of them don't want to swim. Find one that like to swim. Just make that part of your list.
I don't want to ski.
Right, go skiing first. I mean, it's going to time and you.
It's what leads me towards white women. It's crazy. I love black women, man. I do like, but it's just like, goddamn.
If you get your Becky, just don't
introduce them to a swimming pool. They're running like I'm like,
God, don't shave your mustache. If you shave your mustache,
I'm white. I'm kind of white. I'm kind of white, right? Because I'm a lawyer dude, so I'm just like I'm kind of white. Okay.
Can you do 50 push-ups?
Yeah, of course. What are you talking about? I got 6-pack all day long. You know what?
6-pack ain't got nothing to do with your arms.
Yeah, I know. But he's saying push-ups. So
Simon, you got some hobbies, man. Go when you go skiing and swimming, man. There's women there, you know. Except the fact, Simon, look
you don't want to do that in your real life for real. Like, I mean, you know, like if you actually get with somebody, it's like you don't want those sort of limitations, right? Like, I like to go skiing and shit. Like, And if my chick can't do that, then what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna lean
Fine,
towards the next one.
You ain't gonna get too many people getting up on no hill anyway. If she goes there and look cute in her little outfit, she's going skiing with your ass. If she's on the baby slopes, she's going skiing. She ain't gonna get up there and go off Kilimanjaro with you.
You know where it is. You know where
Ain't
it is.
nobody gonna do that shit.
You know where it is. I know you know where it is. I'm just saying, like, what's ever better than a black chick in a ski outfit? That's the most attractive shit on earth.
Is it?
I'm telling you, that's the most attractive shit on earth.
Single there.
And so I really want to ask my question of White School Podcast about this. I'm still stuck on this apology thing. Okay? I don't see how you got apology out of what I said, but it's not that big of a deal.
Mhm.
I just think that the woman reacted one way, and I think that she could have been not talked out of it. I could have showed her the error of her ways with me. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
you
because you said you maybe from that man's perspective he could have made it right, which means
he didn't have to make
accounting
it right.
and apologizing or whatever.
No.
Oh, wait. Let her speak. Goddamn.
What she said.
Wait. Now you're interrupting. Let her speak. Goddamn.
She's talking to me, man. I'm talking
You
back
do
to
that shit all the time. Relax.
I don't want to keep going down the wrong track.
Decorum.
It's nothing about apology. I don't see where you get apology from. I don't see that.
She was literally responding to your question, and you interrupted.
Error of her ways by misinterpreting what I did. That's all I'm saying.
All right,
She
big
misinterpreted what I did, and she overreacted. And I would have told her that overreaction is going to cost her.
Okay, but we didn't even hear a response, so
But
you're just ranting.
and still it's still gonna become an argument because she wasn't asking for the clarification anyway, and she's
You're still doing it,
doesn't
bro.
want any other woman to get any of her man's attention. I can understand that. Okay, but I mean, you haven't even gone on a date. You only asked like 5 questions to see the guy is your type, and you didn't kind of give him a chance because you just went off, like you said, went off the rails. And she, I think she missed out, and I think she kind of was looking like a little bit disappointed, after the fact.
I would have saved it for myself. Let's land.
Get a burger, at least,
I would save it for myself.
Well, it's kind of interesting because it seems like on these platforms, women are used to men interrupting like this. Like it's a normal thing. Like, come on,
man,
like yo, bro, OG over here. Like, why did you do that? Like, why did you do that? Like, he was trying to speak, and like you was just off on one.
We were having a conversation, Simon. She know what I was doing. What's going on, man? Lamont.
Can I add something?
Go ahead, man.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
What's up, man? What's going on, bro?
Coach laughing at me already. Happy birthday, Precious.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Why? We're back to this conversation again. Precious, every time you post these videos on your social media, all you doing is confirming everything I said in our previous conversations on this podcast. With these making up these words in the wrong definition, she used the word, it seems flirtatious. Please shut the fuck up. That's the wrong word to use for what just happened. He wasn't being flirtatious. Why do you even care who he gave roses to? You popped your balloon.
Right.
And then on top of that, y'all finding like excuses for these women. Just stop doing that, man. Just call a spade a spade. Pay attention to what happened in that video, please. Go back, look at it again. Go back, look at the video again. Tell me where he went wrong at.
He didn't go wrong.
I didn't say he went wrong.
It was when he said Oh, it's when he gave the lady, like the two roses were joined together. She took it as, oh, it's meant to be. Like, oh, me and you, because she redirected. Oh, it looked like you had a connection down there. No, it was meant to be that I grabbed two. It was meant for you to have two roses. You're not listening. She was reacting. She was not listening. And I saw that last week. And I was like,
that's typical.
So you know, me and my mom, we looking at her like, oh God, she's just dumb. But you know, but she wasn't listening.
Now, the one that used the word, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. The one that used the word the wrong way, flirtatious. How many roses did she get? Did she get like a bouquet or something?
Yeah, beautiful bouquet.
So what's the problem? Because isn't that Precious, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that show allow you to get another balloon?
Yes, it does.
So again, what's the problem? Right then and there, she shows me this chick right here, the one that's complaining and using words in the wrong definition. She a headache. I guarantee you, she don't come with aspirin. I guarantee that. Making things difficult. It don't have to be difficult. You can feel free to play it again. My response is gonna be the same.
Oh, I'm allergic.
Why did we end up popping?
Well, first it was like, because I would have went with him. Like, he's my type. But I didn't like the giving out the flowers. I feel like at this point, it's not about being selfish. You made your choice, so why would you want to give it? But why?
Everybody beautiful, and I got you a bouquet of flowers. I gave everybody a single flower.
But you don't think that's like?
You was penny wise and dollar foolish just now. I'm gonna just let you know.
And then you just said I gave her two.
That's
so
okay.
It must be meant to be. That's like flirtatious, no? That's
Okay.
very flirtatious.
That's very possessive.
I mean, yeah, you're supposed to be like, if we're you're going to be my man. I don't.
We just men.
But we're here to be intentional. If we're going to date, like,
I respect your opinion.
you know what I mean? That's crazy.
I respect that. But
Damn.
I hope you enjoy those. I hope you enjoy those though.
Thank you. Okay, well, unfortunately, that's all the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming on. Let's give it up for him, ladies.
Look sad now.
What's the one thing everybody? What's the one thing? Because I noticed it. Did everybody else see the same thing I saw?
Yeah, probably how all the other girls probably was like, "Girl, you crazy." They all were looking like,
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you notice that none of them said thank you?
Well, yeah, none of one girl was like, "I'm allergic." It's like, nah, none of them said thank you because they're not used to a gesture like that from a man. They're probably not used to anything. Honestly, if you're not you should be thankful when anybody hands you something and it's to celebrate you or to acknowledge you.
What about the one that got the bouquet? What about the one that got the bouquet?
We're grateful.
When she got her bouquet of flowers last, did she say thank you?
No, she popped up a balloon because he gave her the balloons to the other girls.
Yeah, she was stuck in the moment.
The bouquet should have been the thing to shut her up, in my opinion. And when she saw that she was getting a bouquet, her whole mindset should have changed because it was like, oh, okay, he did that, and that could just be who he is. But at the end of the day, he chose me. It's almost like when the little kids everybody get a participation little trophy. But the person who won first place gets that big trophy that stand on the floor and is about 3 feet high. Like it seemed like one of those type of things. Again, I'll keep on saying it. He respectfully declined those women, but he knew who he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And despite all of that, he still reached in and gave them all a rose, man.
Mm-hmm.
This is the type of problem that I've been saying on your podcast and my podcast, and I've been saying this for I don't know how long. Pay attention to what people say out their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It says a lot about their character. Mr. Simon, I hope you listen to what I'm saying because before I got on, I heard you say something. I love my black women. My black women's beautiful, this and third. Man, these black women out here right now ain't shit. Not all of them, but in this era right now, I'm speaking in general. This is what's out here, dog. This is what's out here. I wouldn't ever, That's the wrong thing to say as of right now with the video that Precious just posted that we all saw. That's not a good reaction to me, brother. I
So if
love
you
my
could,
black women too, but I'm just keeping it a buck. They don't act like that. I guarantee you, if Precious was one of the women holding that balloon, I guarantee you, if that brother would have gave her a flower, I think she would have said thank you.
Yeah, of course.
but it goes back to what Precious said initially. They're not used to that. And I was okay, let's just look at it. Let's just break it up in our dating pool. If you was dating everybody 10 years within your age group, right? You would think those women understand. But when you're talking to women in their 30s, they never got flowers they never saw flowers in their house. A lot of them grow up, but their
Go ahead, Coach.
reaction.
Go ahead. You about to hit the nail in the coffin. Go ahead.
But I don't know, because I would understand their reaction if we would know that they never experienced that. I could be the first guy that take you skiing. I could be, you know what I'm saying? But you only gonna, first of all, you're gonna do what I like to do first. If you ain't going to no games, you ain't going with me. I don't care what you do. Anyway,
You made a very valid point.
In this video, most of the women were young. They were young women. So okay, cool. Of course, they don't know how to say thank you. It wouldn't have been nothing for them. Somebody just say thank you when he gave the flower.
Coach,
The
let me just
female
make it.
that had a balloon, she reacted too soon. And that's where that mechanism is delayed, because she, like Precious said, it should have been a switch like, oh, I got the big, now I can show off to everybody else. Yeah, I got the big one. But she reacted too soon. Like Wife School said, after you see the little look on her face, because she thought she was thought she was doing something in front of the other girls, like, oh, but then they looking at it like, damn, he gave you the big flower. Oh, yeah. And
If
see,
anything,
I understand what you're saying. You got that
Excuse me,
smooth,
Coach.
you got
Excuse me,
that
Coach.
smooth route that you would have hit on and be like, hey, mom.
This
Let me
dude's
just
talking
piggyback off of
utmost
that.
sense.
Let me just piggyback off of that, Coach. So you basically reeled it in of what I was already thinking. Like, these women they act like they're used to getting flowers and stuff like that. Most of these guys don't even do that. They don't even do that. They're not used to. These women ain't used to getting flowers, dog. Come on.
So how can you be surprised by their response?
Because when you are not used to getting something, that's when you should be the most appreciative.
But so you thinking Logic was like a man that's got some wisdom.
Please give it to me.
But a lot of these young folk don't understand that, because they don't have conversations sitting around the dinner table, sitting over their girlfriend's house about it. They have people are not having real life conversations. We're having life conversations about, girl, these niggas ain't shit.
So what you're also saying is, because the woman,
you gotta have that conversation.
But you're also saying that the woman is deficient, that nobody should bring her up to speed. I don't agree.
No. Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, where you going somewhere else?
But that's not what I'm saying.
No one's talking about a woman being deficient. There's no.
You're all saying that.
Really?
You should always show your like, put your best foot forward if that's your standard as a man, and if that's your standard as a woman. Like, I always open doors no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how you move. But if that person is showing you different, like the guy said, oh, you Pennywise Freddy Krueger right now, whatever he said. And he said, all right, I see what you did. Enjoy those, because that's probably the last one you're ever going to get in your life.
Right.
So
exactly.
Get a man like me.
Yo. Oh,
right,
you brought it home. You brought it home.
I hear what
you brought it home. But she brought it home, because, like, the fact of the matter is okay. You can settle for whatever you want, right? But the moment that woman walks out of your life, you're gonna be crying. You're gonna be crying, because you're gonna start thinking about that stuff. Like, I'm in my 40s. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we can play around and, like, joke around, go on dates and all that sort of stuff. The moment you sort of actually figure out you might not have a woman in your life for the rest of your life, you're gonna be scared, bro.
I don't understand where you going with this
scared, bro. I'm telling you for a fact.
Simon,
That's a
you throwing me
fact.
off, brother.
Let
You throwing me
Simon
off,
cook.
man.
Let Simon cook. Let Simon cook.
That's a
Go ahead.
fact,
All
bro.
right, let him be pitiful. Yes,
Simon, is that where you are? Is
patriarchy.
that where
I'm
you are?
telling you. I'm
Is that where
telling
you
you.
are?
Right, yeah,
That's
and
a
cook, but he
fact.
needs some more ingredients.
That's
Nah,
where
bro.
Simon is at.
Listen,
He
don't
needs
let
some
me
Simon,
more.
he
roll
cook,
my
but he needs
arms
some more
up in this
ingredients.
bitch. Listen.
Oh
Listen, I
man.
got brothers that are older. I'm the youngest of 5, right? I've seen my brothers grow up and they do some homeless shit, or they in some like trying to do some sofa surfing shit, or they in some woman's house trying to get on her thing. Like, no, trust me, bro. I was like, I ain't never gonna be anything like that. No way. But I see it, and I'm just saying, like most of you boys out here still acting like boys, and it's just like, yo, appreciate a woman and stop being stupid. Okay, I know it's kind of hard,
Oh,
like because we
gosh.
need to.
It's kind of
I know
hard.
it's kind of look to put, especially a black woman. A black woman is so special, it's unbelievable, and that's why
Jesus
you need to
Christ.
go to deeper levels in your consciousness to understand what a black woman's about. Like,
Simon, man.
what you
Simon, be
what?
quiet, man. Be quiet, Simon,
No, no,
man.
no, no.
No,
You
Simon. You cannot
do.
give that speech, and you just told us
You
that
Brother,
you
need
you
to go
over,
said let this man
deeper
cook.
you're over on your knees to find a
to
woman. No,
understand a black woman. You
no,
do,
you
because
don't.
men are stupid. All you're
Oh my
concerned
God,
with
now man,
Oh,
is
man.
like playing games, PlayStation 2, going going rocking out your dudes in the
Simon, you
beer.
can't say that. Sometimes dudes are stand-up nice dudes, but the women don't appreciate them because they overvaluing themselves and overlooking that guy and friend zoning him. So you can't necessarily say that the men are stupid. There are men out there that are good, but they're just not being picked.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Simon,
there
So
you
what's
are
your
men out there
okay?
that
All right,
let's
babe.
be
Look,
real.
what's your experience with that?
What's my
Simon, you talking about yourself,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. What's your experience of it? Because you're talking on it, right?
oh my gosh. Y'all killing me, man.
Okay, this is my experience. I've given the slicksters a chance and I didn't like those results. Okay, so I said, hey, well, maybe I need to change my perception. Maybe I need to, change my preference rather than outward appearance, which I did choose because I like a good looking person to a person that exemplifies certain characters and masculine traits and intelligence and a man that's stable and capable. Now that can take any form, and so when that person approached me, he wasn't what I genuinely went for. He was an older mature gentleman, and I was like, okay, but I gave it a chance, and it was actually a very nice experience. I think that was the time I felt the most feminine and the most protected, and I was the most relaxed. So sometimes we have to get out our own way
Wow,
to see what's in front of us.
you are so attractive.
Can we stick to can we stop jumping from
Like
subject
she
to
should have
subject?
done. She should have got out of her own way.
No, but yeah, no, because you're just
see-
speaking facts. Like, and I think that's what I'm just trying to say that's what men are attracted to. Like, if a woman could actually be like that subjective to a point where it's like she can actually go into a situation and go, okay, this is where it was, like this is what we came from, and this was the conclusion, right? Like, I think that's what men are attracted to generally. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, nice and
That's the one
kind.
thing I definitely agree with. You are definitely wrong, brother. Let me shed some light on this conversation. I'm gonna say this one more time. Everything that I've said on this particular podcast and previous ones, I've been
All right.
right about every statement that I ever said. And anytime I see Precious post one of these videos, it always confirms what I said in the previous conversation on her podcast. And now here we go with another one. With the chick popping the balloon, she got the most roses out of all of them. She didn't appreciate it. Then on top of that, that was her chance to change her mind.
Yo, bro, you
Right
just
then
want
and
to work
there,
on your list.
that was her chance to change her mind.
I
But
don't know.
let me go back to what you said. One, guys are not stupid. We're not. Women nowadays are dumber than guys. whole lot more
Why
younger
would
than
you
that.
say that? Wow.
I'm about to tell you.
Why would you say that? What?
If you want to listen, I'll
What?
tell you. If you want to listen, I'll tell you. If you want to
I'm
listen, I'll
listening.
tell you.
I'm listening, Lispy. All right, go on, Lispy. Go on. Go ahead. Go on.
All right, I'm gonna tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout my experiences, and other guys can probably relate. Maybe not no guys in this panel because I believe everybody got somebody on this panel.
Wow.
What I've
Okay.
witnessed is a guy could talk to a girl, right? And she could be with her girlfriend. You know what the hating ass girlfriend would do? She'll pull her, hold her hand. Oh no, she okay, she all right. Why you talking for her?
Yeah.
Watch Pop the Balloon again. Watch how other girls talk for other girls, and they don't even fucking know them.
Oh boy, you just sound caught up. Like you're
No, that's true.
no.
True.
Wait a sec.
Brother, you
No.
soft.
I
You
see what you're
soft. You
talking
say some
about.
soft shit
But
right
you're
now.
caught up. No. Wait a minute. Like
So,
I get what you. I know what
Solomon,
you're.
I want to ask you this question then. And okay, so at one
He's
point,
real mad. He's just like, oh, this girlfriend like was doing this shit to
I
me.
was out there in the
This
streets.
is what's
God
going on right
damn.
now.
Wait.
No,
It gotta be one mic because they're not gonna be able to hear you if everybody's talking at the same
I
time. What were you
apologize.
saying?
Lady.
I just had a question for Lamont. So, Lamont, how long you think this phenomenon has been existing with women and men and men getting sort of the disrespect, as we say? How long has that been in existence?
Mm-hmm.
It's been going on for quite a long time.
Oh, okay. Give me a time within your dating frame.
Here we go.
Give me your dating experience. How long in your dating experience have you
give us an age? Give us a year.
Hold on,
So
son.
my dating experience, I'm actually out there like that. I'm on the scene.
So give me a time frame, brother. Give me a time frame. You on the scene, so you had to pick the lid of all the women in all the cities.
I mean to be straight with you, I noticed that things changed with women ever since that Tight Pants music came out.
Who pants? Man, give me a time. What, 2004, 8, 6?
I'm gonna say when was that corny ass nigga that came out with Turn Your Swag On?
I don't know.
That was like early 2000s. It started from there.
About 2005, 2006. I don't know the time frame.
That was some dumb stuff he rapped about right then and there because
okay, hold on.
Go ahead.
So you say during that time. So at that time, how old were you as a man?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. So you don't remember. Okay. So we'll say 15 years ago, you was probably in your mid-20s. Did you have problems with the women that you're talking about with their, the women that acted like you talking about today? Did you have a problem with that at that time? In your finest of heyday, when you didn't have no grade, you was defined and you was in your best shape. Did you have those type of problems?
This is white, brother.
Brother, did you have problems?
You connected to the white community? Well, no, we got all black people in here, bro.
When I had all black, when this was all black, I didn't run into those problems in mass. Not in mass. Only there was out there, but not in mass. No.
Oh, okay. So women were choosing you based off your looks, right?
Don't do that.
And stuff that I said to them.
As we get older, we all age out. Now, I would say, as far as a man, it's not you're going to get shot down at least 6 to 7 times out of 10. I don't know why we think we're supposed to be attracted to every woman.
That's not even what I'm talking about.
They're going to have their personality. They're going to be who they are, because a woman by herself would talk to you totally different than a woman in a group, whether she knows the women or not. You get her by herself, like Arpain said, he could have talked to her. He would have took her out to have a nice old restaurant dinner, sit down, and change her mind.
Let's listen to what he wants to talk about, okay?
I want to respond to that, so I'm going to respond to that in a way that maybe everybody will understand. Women hate on other women. That's 100. They hate on other women.
That's a prime example of the video.
So, right. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, it's really, really bad. Somebody posted a video or something that I said already. It's just that I didn't post it. What was said was women will purposely give their girlfriends bad advice, whether she's single
Yeah,
or if she's.
just
Wait,
give him
hold
a
on, hold on,
minute,
brother.
sir.
Hold on, hold on,
Give him
hold
a
on,
minute.
hold on, hold on. She said one mic, right? Women will purposely give their girlfriend bad advice when they are single or when they are in a relationship that they're not happy in.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you one more. I'm gonna give you one more, and then you got the floor because I'm curious to hear what you're gonna say about it. These are all facts, by the
I
way. I'm not
appreciate
making
it,
this up.
sir. No, I
These are all
appreciate
facts.
it.
I'm not making it up.
No, I appreciate it. Go on.
Okay. The second thing, I'm gonna show you how evil women are. Again,
Wow.
speaking in general. Speaking in general. Stop being so sensitive. Speaking in general. So if a girl has a homeboy, right? And he's doing well for himself, okay? And he's single, right? He tell his homegirl, yo, why don't you put me on to one of your girlfriends and this, that, and the third, right? Did you know that that homegirl would not put her homeboy on to a girl that's better than her? Did you know that? She won't put her homeboy on to a girl that look better than her, got a better job than her, her living situation is better than hers. She won't do that. If anything, she'll put him on a duck.
Ooh.
What? What you mean? She
You kind
nice.
of like
Blah
you
blah blah.
sound like
So on
you're
and so
16
forth.
years old, bro. For real. I mean, I
I'm
don't
telling
know.
you this.
You sound like you're 16 or something. I
Oh
don't know.
my gosh. Not the
I
way you
think we've all
talking. You
grown
sound
up.
younger than 40.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like you was younger than 40, but I heard you talk earlier. Y'all don't have to co-sign what I'm saying. I'm telling you, this is a well-known fact. This is a well-known fact. Most women, I'm not talking about all. Again, I'm speaking in general. Most women that got homeboys will not put their single homie, who's a guy, on the best girlfriend she got. I'm talking about she look better than her.
But
She
what's wrong with
dressed better
that?
than her living situation is better than hers, and she ain't got no kids. She is not gonna put that girl with that dude.
But here's the problem with the whole scenario because I put all that on the dude. If I'm home girls with me and Precious and we go out, I'm gonna ask Precious who's that. She gonna tell me who she is. Now
Exactly.
might ask a few more questions, get a little inside, love favorite, just
Exactly.
favorite color, blah blah blah. What you know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna make sure when I catch her by herself, I'm gonna slide to her and just put my little game down. Oh,
But
you
you
know
know
my
what?
girl Precious. You know my girl Precious. Yeah, that's my girl. We go way back when we used to play in the sandbox.
Damn.
Not saying
Damn.
Preston would do that. Not
But you
saying
don't have
Preston
to
would
go
do
to
that.
a
But I'm
woman
talking
to
about,
get to her. No.
bruh. There's women out here, and I'm talking about Precious. I ain't talking about her. There's women out here that would tell you, no, you don't want her. Trust
But
me, you
yeah,
don't want her.
but that's why I don't go to the woman. I just if she gave me the scoop, I'm still she's dressed modest. She got that. I'm attracted to that. I ain't attracted. You show me your booty too soon.
Right.
Don't
I'm
touch it.
attracted to that
But what
church
I'm
girl.
saying is,
You
if
totally
if
missed my point.
Uh,
if she know the girl, I know. I don't. If you're friends with a
I'm
girl, you
attracted to
should know
that
how all her
graduated
friends
girl.
move.
I'm attracted
If
What's
to
you're
her
that
friends
name?
with a
The
girl,
girl.
you
Wife
know
That,
how
Fool
all her
that's
friends
Podcast?
move.
her thing going on. I don't want to be with
I
no
mean,
woman that's a
yeah.
mean
The Wife
girl.
Fool Podcast?
The
Is that
wife.
your name?
Yeah.
When I was talking, I
No, my
seen
name
you
is
was like,
Stephanie. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. I'm sorry. When I was
No,
talking about
yes,
that,
no, I'm saying like I mean that could be true depending like I was saying like on the insecurity of the woman. Like I've
you
seen
were
women
going
even
like
on the
this.
pop balloon.
You was
Yeah.
going like this as if you agree.
Yeah.
Can you please
But
enlighten the culture
I
what I'm talking
agree in
about?
another way because okay, one of my close friends, associates, he's well to do for himself. He got a business. He just work hard. He just and he likes nice things,
Mm-hmm.
and he's very generous. And I'm like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
he's like, you got any girlfriends because he's Trinidadian. He's like, got any of your girlfriends? I said, well, I do have one of my friends. She's single. She don't got no kids. He said, I don't want no kids. Okay, I got a friend that ain't got no kids. I said, she does well. She went to school. She's in her career. So at least make the connection. There's the phone. That's like now, like what Trey said, that's for you to do the work as a man. But I just said, hey, here's a go, here's a picture. That's my friend. She's really nice. She's just like me. She goes to church. It was very respectable woman. Like you said, maybe not a lot of people do that, but this is one of the best of the best. I don't have a lot of friends.
I get that. I'm
you know, so this is the one I know that.
Let's try to explain to you. I believe that you and Precious are not those types of women. I believe that if I was your homeboy and I said, yo, man, why don't y'all put me on to like one of your girlfriends? I feel as though that y'all know me well enough to know, yeah, Styles ain't gonna like her. That's not his type, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But I'm telling you that a majority of women will not put their homeboy, mind you, they can think their homeboy is cute and all like that. You know what I'm saying? Or the homeboy probably tried to talk to her before, but it didn't work out, and they became friends. Right? And they became friends.
Yo,
Guess
bro,
what?
Wait.
The guy will easily forget about the fact that he used to talk to her, but it don't matter no more because they cool, and they became friends, and they realized they're gonna work out. I'm telling you that girlfriend will not put homeboy on to a girl that's doing and look better than her. She won't do it.
You right, and she ain't got to look better. The point is, I understand what you're saying.
How women behave on other women?
Nothing to do with that.
But why would it? But okay, so let me ask you this: if you know it was a girl like your girl in your life when you was 19, 20, and she broke your heart, and one of your boys is like, "Man, I want that. Man, go ahead, let me hook you up." Would you hook him up? Would you hook him up with the girl that broke your heart, the wife that broke your heart? Would you hook a man up with them? Say, come on, you can go ahead. I used to holler. You know what I'm saying? Like, would you say, "Oh man, you don't want her"? Or would you say, "Man, yeah, man, she's a nice woman, man. Go ahead."
If my experience was bad with her,
oh my God, okay,
I'm gonna keep it a buck. You asked me a question, I'm answering.
Well, keep it a buck. Wait, hold on.
Whether it was good or bad, don't look at it whether it was good or bad. Y'all not together. An experience with a woman.
What do you do for a living, bro?
That's not fair. You can't be mad at somebody for life.
What do you do for a living?
Like
I'm not saying that. But he's going to ask me, my homie is going to ask me my experience with her, and I'm going to tell him. What you talking about?
But what I'm saying is, so you're going to tell him, "Oh, man, she broke my heart and all that."
No, I'm not going to say that.
She was wild. She was a curse. You know, I'm just saying, I would just say, man, listen.
I'm not going to tell my homeboy she broke my heart.
Would you say it's okay for him? But why would you let him find out for himself?
Why would I want my man to take an L like that?
Well, how is he gonna take an L? He probably just gonna sleep. He ain't trying to marry. He just trying to get with him.
Come on, man. You changing the question now,
put him on the swing.
But
let's do that, and I swing him a bit, like, and make him work out what the hell he's all about.
Man, listen, man. I don't know, man. I guess it's a big age difference.
He needs to be cuddled. Like, I don't know. Like, I ain't got. I don't know what he's talking about.
You and I both know that sex complicates things.
I'm talking about, would you allow one of your boys to date one of your exes? Yes or no?
Date. You went from dating to just marry to date again.
Get with, have sex with, marry, all of that. Would you say, man, go ahead and shoot your shot? I set it up, or would you just say, man, she broke my heart. She was wild. She cheated. She do all that.
You want to hear about breaking it off? He's like, nope.
I'll hook him up if I didn't like him.
Okay, see that's but
if I don't really bang with him like that, go ahead. Hey, you a real friend anyway. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
You're like, come on, you can't be a real example of a man talking like this. Come on, let's be real. I know you're working on some stuff. I'm not. You're working on some stuff, but it's
people not ready for my honesty, brother, and that's fine.
That's it ain't nothing to do with honesty. Coach, like, what are you doing in life?
Let me just answer your question, and so we can just go and you know what I mean, close that part of the conversation out.
You're too proud of your beard. That's what it is. So, like you're flossing your beard all the time. You're pushing it up in the screen. Like it's like it's a whole different personality. Like look, bro. Like speak to us. What?
Please stop. So, Coach, let me just say this: if I don't really like homeboy, and I know she did me dirty, and he want to scream at her, I'ma let him. But if it's a real friend, it was a real homie, and I'd be like, he'd be like, yo, what's up? I'd be like, yo, you know, I used to, know what I mean? I'm like, no, man, I ain't know that. Like, what's up with it? And I'm gonna
When
tell
is
him
the
what's up with it.
all right, okay.
A real homie,
When
I'm gonna let him know. Listen,
when
she
is the
this,
last
she
time
like
you ate a
that.
banana or some
Look, this
shit
nigga
like that?
still
You
talking.
got vegetables in your premise?
This boy
Are
still
you?
talking.
Yeah. When is the last time you ate some fruit, bro?
Oh my gosh, this guy here.
Amen.
You'll learn one day, Simon. You'll learn.
Simon, you gotta
Yeah.
let him talk. Okay,
I'm just saying this nigga ain't seen raspberries in about 10 years.
we are respectful over here. If you can't be respectful, you getting kicked
All
off.
right, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I'm
you know
sorry.
you get kicked off most panels, so please be
Mm.
quiet, Mr.
Yeah,
Simon.
So, Coach,
but
let me answer your question, Coach.
We've answered the question 100 times. Listen, if you had a girl that you fooled around with and your boy wanted to call out, you gotta let him know that you hit it. That's all you have to do.
You're
Everything else
changing the question, but you're changing the question now.
It doesn't.
First he said, no, wait. First he said the girl break my heart. Now you saying I messed around with her.
If she broke
You
your
can't
heart,
change
you
it.
were
No,
hitting it.
ask me a
If
straight
she
question.
broke your heart, you were hitting it,
Ask me a
right?
straight question. I'll give you a straight answer, but don't keep changing the question. Don't keep
If
changing the
she broke
question.
your
Because
heart,
my
you was
answer's gonna
hitting
be
it.
different. My answer's gonna be
If she
different.
broke come on, if she broke your heart, you was having
God
sex with the
damn.
chick, at least. Come on. Nobody, if a
Stop
woman
changing. Hey, Precious, did you hear him change the question?
we just jumping to the
Yo,
conclusion.
shout out to
If you're
Precious, did
not
you hear
dealing
him
with a
change the
chick
question?
no more, and your boy wants to talk to her, either you're gonna hook him up or you're not. But if you hit it before, you gotta tell him. That's it.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
it. And if he's a grown man, he'll handle it from there. I mean,
Oh
that's
my
just
gosh,
that's
yeah.
just how
Oh
the
my
world works.
gosh.
Okay, so you changed the question. So let me answer
It's
the question for both of y'all. First, Coach said what I put one of my homies on if he wanted to talk to a chick that broke my heart. Okay. If she broke my heart, then that means I was in a relationship with this woman. Am I correct?
Right.
Yeah,
Am I
you was
correct?
hitting it. You was
Okay.
hitting it.
Jesus Christ, man.
I'm being kind
That's
of
a big
insensitive.
difference. You can't do
Yeah,
that.
it's the
You
difference.
can't change the
He's
question
literal. I
because my
understand.
answer's gonna change. Simon, stop talking, bro.
Right, Simon, you tripping.
Don't tell me to stop talking, man.
No, he
You've
did
been
not. He
talking
said
all day
Simon
long,
out there.
man.
Stop talking.
I mean, it's just, we
He
heard
said Simon out there.
man.
He's like, oh, she
can't-
broke my heart. Oh, sorry.
You
Like,
can't change the question.
I'm gonna stop. I'll just stop talking.
You can't change the question.
All right, man. I
You
can't
can't
change
turn
the
around and
question.
say, this woman broke your heart. Would you put your homeboy onto and this, that, and the third? If she broke my heart, quote unquote, that means I was in a relationship with her. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Now, you can't change it up and say, if there's somebody you was hitting, that's
We
something
just said
different.
we just said you were correct. We just said you was correct.
Precious, am I right? If it's something I'm hitting now,
No, it's just the difference. But yeah, okay. He
it's gonna
just
change my answer.
gave a different scenario. Yes, if she
Right,
broke
it's
your
going
heart,
to change my answer because you went from asking me a question that was personal, then you changed it and made the question sound like it wasn't personal. That was something I was just smashing. Either way, I'm gonna let him know.
There you go.
right?
Either way, I'm letting him know.
But
Now, if he just want to have fun, if my homeboy, if he just want to have fun, and whether either she broke my heart or somebody was just smashing, yo, go ahead, you got her. Cause I know how he is. If he a player, and I know he a player, go ahead. I ain't gonna warn him about what she did to me and all like that. You know what I'm saying? Cause he's just having fun out here. But if I got a homie who is looking to get serious with a woman, now I gotta give him, I gotta give, I mean, I gotta tell him, this chick, she blasey. And now he can make an honest decision on how he gonna proceed that. That either he gonna be like, fuck it, I don't care, let me holler at her, or he be like, no, I'm good.
so
Because if she did you like that, she could do me like that, and I'm gonna fall back.
So if I'm understanding a homie, that somebody to go way back, you know, we at elementary school, we know our parents know each other in a sense. New relationships, I wouldn't expect. But if somebody that really, say me and you grew up together, we hung out, we shot ball together, we went to the clubs together, and you knew the woman that I was dating, I knew the woman that you was dating. If we in relationships, you know, I don't expect all my friends to be single. Dudes I hang with, we had women. We had females. So if I know at any point any of us break up, I understand we followed the bro code. If it's somebody we dated, I'm not even going to have a romantic interest in her ever. You know, but some people, oh man, 2-3 years, they like looking at her like a little different, want to smash. But that's something that's always wanted to happen. I was just in the way. But if they wanted to do that, I don't think me as a friend, none of my friends would say, hey man, I want to be with your ex-woman, knowing, you know what I'm saying? But if they did, I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh man, why would you want to talk to her? He already know what it was like because we're not together. And I don't know, man. I couldn't follow behind guys that I knew. That shit's hard as hell, man. Guys that I knew, man, I'm like, oh man. I started how you didn't wash your hands sometime when you took a leak. I saw, you know what I'm saying? I knew personal stuff. It just wasn't, but a lot of people just caught up in the body. They gotta have the sex. And that's where they get messed up at. Because they don't care if it's a friend or somebody, cousins or whatever, they'll do that shit. And then they'll complain after the fact. But you seen and put yourself in that bad decision, so you get what you get out of it. A baby that you don't want, she don't want. You know what I'm saying? You get your package that you get, the doctor, you know, it's just a lot of times, especially as adults, when it comes to choosing somebody, I'm not saying get out here and have your fun, but to do it close to home, to me, that's why I always looked at it. That's a bad deal waiting to happen, man. It's a bad deal.
And it's worse when a woman do it.
Yeah.
When she smashed a homie that know he was a homie, it's worse on women.
Because then they get drug around.
See, Simon don't want to hear that. The boy Simon don't want to hear that. Because he glorified women. Oh man, women this, women that, and I love my black women. Men, we're dumb, we're stupid, this, that, and the third.
No, that's not true, brother. He just capping on all that. He just confessed he ain't got a woman. He's lonely. He won't that. So he better shout to the top of the mountaintop that the women.
Just a little point to what Simon was saying, though. Okay, because this is real pressure, so we're gonna bring it out. Okay, there are some men, and I don't want to use the word stupid. I don't want to use the word dumb, but there are some men who are just unaware of how to do certain things, how to treat women, who are just not educated, who don't have the experience, who've never seen a man treat a woman. And then you have the men who are totally just tapped out because of their heartbreaks or whatever happened to them. And so they are one track mind. They are about them. They are about their business. They're not, anything else is secondary. And so when you try to incorporate these men in the dating scene or in the dating market, it comes off of, you'll hear a lot of women like, well, I got to tell you that, or you don't know these things, or, you know, and men aren't mind readers. So you do have to tell them things, but there are some men where it's just like someone from the outside looking in could say, wow, I can't believe he didn't understand that, or he didn't pick that up. Whereas that man that's in that situation is not thinking that way, oblivious. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chocolate. Oblivious to certain things. And it's not, like I said, I don't want to use the word stupid. I don't want to use the word dumb, because that's not necessarily it.
Right.
They are oblivious to certain things. And it takes for maybe a certain woman or a big bro or somebody to come in and say, bro, I see what's going on here. And maybe you're not aware, or maybe you're not picking up on certain things. But this is why I always say that men need other men, because they'll be able to, you know, help you, steward you, disciple you, whatever type of support that you need. Mm-hmm. You should have a male group to do that, because sometimes you will go around in life just doing your own thing, and you're, again, oblivious to certain things. And you're like, well, why am I not finding the success, or why am I not getting the success rate that I want? Mm. So I think that there is a little bit of truth to what Simon was saying, because when you're in your own lane, you also criticize a lot. You also get very comfortable. And so you ain't trying to deal with a lot. You don't want to deal with the extra work that comes with being with a woman. And that ushers us into our next video, actually. Menelik says, iron sharpens iron, each one teach one. Yes. You know, and that is important, because sometimes you could just be in your lane for so long that you really not trying to see it any other way. And that can be a detriment to your romantic life. I mean, that's men and women. I'm not, you know, women can get that way too, but men, because y'all are so driven, right? Women can get off track, get distracted, and you know, but men are so driven that you can legit just drive right past, you know, someone that you probably should have just, you know, slowed down a little bit or paid a little bit more attention, or was more aware of other things outside of what you had going on. This next video is from tonight's conversation. Ace Metaphor, y'all know the tour that he does with tonight's conversation. And this is one of the questions. And because we have the men's panel and the Wife School podcast up here, I definitely want you guys' perspective, because it goes to what I was just speaking to. And I want to see if you guys think that this is the same, if you guys have the same perspective, or it could be something different and she just off.
And work so hard to get you. And then when you finally get them a chance, they won't put in the work to keep you.
Oh, you thought just because I was chasing you, I actually wanted to catch you. Yo, getting you to do that thing you normally don't do for other men, for me, gives me an ego boost, but that don't mean I want to keep you. Sometimes I do it for the sport. Collecting women is a sport to me. And let me tell you something. All my life, I've been taught how to gain a woman's attention, but secretly inside, I've never been taught how to keep it. But hold on. I learned how to pass the interviews, though. I learned how to say all the right things. Matter of fact, I don't get past the dating interview space. That's why I'm so good at it. Every 6 months, I start this cycle over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that's why you fall for me, is because I'm a serial dater, but I do not like commitment. I chase you not to catch you. I chase you because it's fun for me. And it gives me something to do. You thought I was texting you good morning because I was actually concerned about your morning. I text you that because I was bored as and to be honest, because I don't know how to fulfill myself inside, I look for validation from women like you. So here you are acting an ass for me, even though I'm an ass to you, and that does something for me. So just don't confuse me chasing you for me wanting to catch you, cool?
Saw that 2 days ago.
That's a total narcissist.
I think you're on mute.
The perspective that Ace gave towards this woman, you know, she's like, how come men work so hard to catch you, but they don't do the work to keep you? And his perspective was, well, since I'm chasing you, what makes you think I want to keep you? I'm collecting and I like this for me, and I don't have anything that really fulfills me. So I'm going to continue to chase after women like you who feel like you got to do all these things, but I'm not trying to be with you anyway. Is that a perspective that men carry predominantly with women, or is this a perspective that certain men carry? Because there are men who are serial daters.
There's always certain men. It's always certain men. It's you can't. Some men's game never gets that good, and some men are serial lovers. Man, they fall in love easy. You know, so it's a spectrum of guys. Ace Metaphor is talking about a certain kind of guy, and the story he was giving the chick was that, you know, she needs to understand what's going on with her. So he gave it to her hard, but you know, she's probably picking guys that just want to get what they need out of her, and she's misreading that. Right. So what? Okay, so you said it's a certain type of guy. So what's the guy? What's this? A guy. See, so listen. If you listen to what Ace Metaphor is talking about, he's talking about a certain kind of guy who gets a lot of women. He plays and he gets a lot of. There's not a lot of men get a lot of women. I think sometimes women think that the average dude can just go get some ass. It's just not true. It's not true. So most guys, if they find a woman that they've chased and was successfully, and the girl's halfway decent, they, you know, some of them get too satisfied. And that's when the women says, I got this guy on board now. You know, so what I'm just trying to say is it's a spectrum of things. So Ace is talking about a specific kind of player. And that lady actually attracts those kind of players, and she keeps misreading them. Right. And that's why she's in the dilemma that she was in. And so, you know, so you can't extrapolate that out. I mean, some guys just got the gift, and some guys, and it's few and far between. Some guys don't have it. And most guys don't have a gift like that. You know.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
I'm curious to see what you have to say.
Who?
Lamont.
Me? Oh, I thought you was gonna go down the line, coach, and then well, first, let me just say this in response to what you said before you played the video. I saw that video about 2 or 3 days ago. The same one you just played. And somebody responded, iron sharp as iron. Men talk to other men. We hold each other accountable for the most part. I wish women did the same. Unfortunately, they don't do that. Right. We're not going to call them stupid and this and the third. So I'm going to use the word naive. Just like that girl in that video, she's very naive. Men that think like that, they have a young-minded way of thinking. So he gonna keep doing that to women until he get what he want. It's gonna cost him. It's gonna cost him a couple dollars. It's repeatedly with different women, because to him he look at it like a sport, so to speak. You know what I mean? The sad part about it is, you got guys like that, but then you also got guys who are serial daters because women gave them trust issues. So they believe the best thing for them to do is just date. They don't have no hidden agenda like that boy that was just talking. I forgot his name on the panel.
Ace Metaphor.
Yeah, Ace.
Yeah, or Ace. His name is Ace. Okay. So there's guys out there that's not like him. That it's like a I can't find the word to say for the people that date, but it's like a emotional cushion. You know what I mean? That's the best word I can think of to describe it, of being a serial dater, because women have constantly put him in a position for him not to trust them. There was another video, and it's so relevant to what we're talking about right now, and it's relevant to the video that you just shown. I'll make this short and sweet. There's been multiple men, I emphasize the word multiple, where men said they're afraid to be vulnerable with their women because they find ways to use it against them. The more and more men that start to think like this, and the more and more starts to get trickled down, the more and more they're going to feel as though it's easier to just date. You see where I'm going with it? Because it's a safe zone for them. They're not taking a woman too personal. So since they're not going to take these women personal, they don't have to be vulnerable around them. You dig?
I dig.
Coach, you got it.
Coach Bird.
I mean, just in reference to the video, I'm gonna say this, and I'm just being facetious. If I was in a position where I want to make a lot of money right now in this modern time of dating relationship, I would just pander to all the women. I would just tell y'all what y'all want to hear and give y'all examples and displays, and I can become a trillionaire probably, because I know the sister's gonna pay. I know it. I mean, what he's speaking from, like Brother Payne said, it's a small number of guys like that. Now, I'll always break it down in two perspectives. Initially, if a guy's introduced to you, y'all exchange information, y'all have a conversation, because if you ain't nothing to me if we ain't talking on the phone twice a week, 3 times a week, you ain't shit. I'm coming through, dropping the pound off, and I'm out. I was other than that, but I'm just digressing. But initially, 2 or 3 days in, he might hit you with the, on the way to work, listen to that song we like or something like, man, what's up, shorty? Good morning. Yes. Now, if y'all go past that and y'all get the relationship and 2 years, a year later, y'all break up or whatever, and he roll back 6 months, 90 days later, we only looking for ass. We ain't looking for nothing else. We ain't trying to, if we found out you talking to Lil Kurt, we found out you might want to talk to women now because I broke your heart. I'm just trying to see if I can knock it off again. That's all that is. But see, women, they like that in a sense because he ain't really a serial dater. A lot of women are serial daters too. A lot of women got a new dude that acquiesce to them every 6-8 months. And that's the problem because they moving like a man, and then guys understand that. After you be around female long enough, you know exactly how she move. Forget what she say. How does she move? How does she move around? She got a work day. She talking about everybody. Everybody ain't shit. Everybody hate on. You can't have it in your ear trying to get to know nobody. But dudes do it, unfortunately, because a lot of dudes just happy to have a woman because they ain't had a man showing them. Like, man, it ain't what you eat. But we talking about people that grew up in our neighborhoods. A lot of people don't know what it's like talking to a woman in California, a woman down in Florida. They different. But if you look at it from a perspective where men are hurt and everything, yeah, but at some point, a man has to overcome the hurt when it comes to women. You have to be intentional about who you are. If you're intentional about who you are, then you would never have a problem with women. You would see these behaviors, and if a woman gives me attitude and we just trying to get a coffee, I'm not going to push it to 2 weeks down the road. It's over. I can delete your number. You ain't got to call me. Delete my number. And if I see you again, I might give you a nod. Or I might just act like I ain't see you. Depends on who I'm with. I wouldn't give it that much energy. But then that's not a relationship. I don't know, man. I guess I grew up with women. So having conversations with females, and everybody don't like light skin with the big nose, big lips. That was their problem. You know what I'm saying? And here we are now. Most of our young adults are struggling to just have a conversation with each other. A lot of these motherfuckers like the same shit. Everybody like tight clothes today. Everybody like to show some ass and show some titties. Have the conversation about it. Everybody like to spend money and travel. Don't nobody say they like to work. I like to, no, I spend money and travel. I travel. Where you going? I'm going on my mama's or my best friend's house so we can smoke his blunt and drink his Henny. That's how motherfuckers is doing. So some point, I know it seems like, but when you work in this field, when you see, we can be better. It's just that everybody walking around scared to even try. Every woman ain't meant for you and every man ain't meant for you. You just have to be intentional when you get to that space. Be intentional when you get to that space. If she's not talking your language, move on. If he's not talking your language, move on. It's okay. So, I don't know.
One last thing I want to add is the woman that asked that question, you could tell that she's naive. And just like you said, Coach, pay attention to where that guy move. If he's showing he's moving in a direction where, damn, it just seemed like that's all we doing, and he just hitting. You know what I mean? And he stopped doing his normal pattern, it's time for him to roll.
But it's hard when he's coming over and dropping that hammer off. It's hard.
That's
and
when
they go too long in that because ain't nobody building nothing. This is where we are. These women, they too young. And see, information like that need to be coming from somebody like a few years older. These guys, it's hard to get the good information from people that would date you. It's hard to get that because we always want the advantage. The women always want the advantage with guys that are in their dating range, and the guys want the advantage. So you can't get the best advice. Everybody saying the women ain't shit. Yeah, he gonna, if we just meet you, hell yeah, good morning. We trying to get you on your mind at work. So by Friday we together. But I don't know how y'all do it in this modern days. It just makes no sense.
Arpane, did you go on this one?
Yep, I did. Yeah, I did. I did.
Wife School Podcast, you got anything to say on this one?
Well, when we're naive and all we are persuaded by is a man's words and not his actions, we're gonna fail every time. Because I was there. And I was being extra. I was doing extra. I was people pleasing. And I wasn't getting nothing in return. And I'm like, I don't really like how this is. And that's where she's at. She's like, I don't like this. I'm not seeing any return. And maybe she's thinking like, if I do this, I'm gonna get that, like what he was talking about. He said, that don't mean I want you because you're doing it freely. People take advantage of free things all the time. They take all the samples off the free table, like, I'm gonna snatch this all up, whatever. So if a man, what some women may not understand until after the fact is that what I've learned and from conversations and reading, that men can see right through you. They can see you. They said, this girl's easy. Man, I know this is against my better judgment, but she's cute. And I'm just gonna get what I can. I feel bad in my heart, but that booty, everything's sitting right. And people do it. And then the people that think that it's real and authentic are left standing at a microphone, asking a question, seeking answers.
Can I ask you a question, Wife School?
Mm-hmm.
When you say you get nothing in return, what does that mean? What do you mean by nothing?
She's okay. Her emotional investment in a person is she's getting nothing because that's not what he wanted necessarily.
Well, when you say nothing, you're talking about something other than sex, correct?
Like a relationship, where it's
so it's not really nothing. She's not getting the relationship she wants out of it.
Yeah.
Because she's using her sex incorrectly.
Yeah.
That's right. So that's pretty much.
She's using whatever she's doing incorrectly and in expectation of something back. But there's nothing wrong with, wanting like to be appreciated and shown something back, but obviously you're seeing the actions, you're doing small little tests, you're seeing how he's moving now as opposed to what he's saying, and it's not coming together. So at that point you got to evaluate, okay,
her emotional needs are not being fed. They're not. Her emotional needs are not being fed by guys like that.
Yeah, and like was stated before, if that man is used to getting so many women, that may not how he's moving. He's like, monogamy ain't my thing right now. Everybody throwing me the goods. I mean, she's just a drop in the bucket, another body. Whatever. I don't know. For the meantime. Fun time for the meantime. But if that guy's moving in that way, then she's just gonna be one of the casualties of how he's moving at that time.
Yeah, which is why the biggest problem I think that women have when it comes to situations like this is they know that they're not getting what they want, but they'll just continue to sleep with the man. It's like, you're not getting what you want, and you'll continue to sleep with him for what reason?
Do you know why?
I like it.
Do you know why?
Just tell us, Lamont. Just let us know. Just tell us.
Coach already gave you part of it.
Precious,
Not only
know.
not only because they like it. I gotta agree with Coach again. Not only because they like it, but women have this thing about. There's something about y'all. Y'all develop a comfortability zone. You're comfortable with this guy. He a piece of trash all day long, but y'all not trying to have multiple sex partners. Y'all comfortable with doing it with him, and it's good. So guess what? She like, I'm chilling.
Right. And
I'm chilling with this clown for run, and that's the problem with y'all.
Right. That's the problem.
Now-
You're
now,
so
I'm-
comfortable being with somebody that's not going to give you what you want instead of detaching and
Right.
allowing what you want to actually come to you.
Because she's not trying to have multiple sex partners, so she's
So-
comfortable
Yeah.
doing with him.
But
You don't
those,
want to start over.
And the
But
problem
this
with
is-
that is, and I'm gonna let y'all take over. The problem with that is, there's a lot of women that's putting a crown on a clown and expecting a king.
because okay, this is how I see it. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of touch, but I'm speaking from a man. Women go be who the hell they are. If a man is putting that pound on her, he's making her submissive to him. And she ain't seeing nothing else. I don't care. They know exactly who these people are that they giving their bodies to. No, I don't believe black people are that fucking naive. No, we ain't that naive when it comes to the people we want to have sex with. That motherfucker can smell like garbage cans for 2 days. If she like him, he can come over, musty armpits.
Oh my God.
That woman can be the same thing. And that's the problem, because sisters will endure that pain. They put themselves through that pain, and physically they can't try to handle it, but mentally it destroys them as they grow into that shit. Because if a guy's if we just friends with benefits, he's not having no mental connection at all. But when he's over in them cakes, he got her looking in his eyes. He got her sliding off the sheets. He got her broke down. And when she come to her senses, he ain't even there. She got where he gone to the next. And a woman will play that role too long.
Yeah.
And when they wake up, it's hard to come back. And they'll teach everything under that men ain't shit.
Mm-hmm.
Men ain't shit.
Or they'll teach the girls to do the same thing they do.
Yes, and that's what
I'm gonna drink this Bahama Mama on that note.
sad.
Yeah, you gotta wake up. Like I was like, yo, I'm getting played. And for women, as you said, we connect with the man emotionally through, sex and things like that. Smex, sorry, YouTube. And it's just hard to break that, and then on top, if you're a loyal person, oh Lord, hey, I was there. And when they chose to move on, it was only at that time I woke up because they wanted to just move on. Because, like you said, I was dumb to the fact that I just would stay and maybe it'll get better or whatever. I don't know what the heck I was refuting, whatever. I was just being rebellious against what was right, the appropriate thing. But when I really sat with myself and just like play the rewind tape, I didn't like how I felt, and I was like, you know what? I have to change this. And it's not that he was crap, but that's just him, you only allow a person's going to do to you only what you allow. I allowed that, So I'm like, I'm not allowing these types of behaviors because I do not necessarily like it, because I know who I am and what I give as a woman. And I would just, like the same love or the energy that I'm giving out. And so when I created those boundaries with myself and, try to build up my self-worth in my own mind, it helped me see okay, that don't sound right. Okay, now there's red flags. I've never even heard of red flags before. Some of us don't know nothing. Our moms don't tell us nothing. We just going, they working all day. The dad's working on, nobody tells us nothing.
The sad part about it is
like,
people are getting worse.
Yeah, that's when I had to do a deep dive. I had to do a deep dive and an overhaul. That's why I'm here, to let people know this is what I did wrong. These are the things I did a little bit better. You got to improve to see the results you want. You're not going to just grow muscle. You got to get in the gym. You got to put in the work, do the sets, do the rep, do the meal plan. Like, you got to stay, disciplined with yourself, in a sense. And and women, we're the weaker vessel, and that attention from the man, like that domination, we're like, woo, we're submit all like that all day. That's why we got to protect it.
Yeah.
You know the problem.
It's not going to change him. It's not going to sway him.
You know the problem with people nowadays. If a man or a woman is single for multiple years, their ignorance would think that there's something wrong with you. Sometimes that's not always true. Sometimes it ain't nothing wrong with you. You have a standard, and you met a lot of people that don't meet your standards. Now, if your standards are legitimate, I emphasize the word legitimate, and your standards make sense, you know how hard it is to meet somebody that meets your criteria? It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
The more and more, mark my words, I'm gonna say it again. The more and more as we travel down these years, 2025, these people are getting worse. Worse. I watched the rally, how they kicked the dude out of Kamala Harris' campaign because he said, Jesus Christ, Jesus is Lord. And she told this dude he had the wrong rally.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was cheering.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mindset of what these people thinking.
Right.
So if this is the mindset of people thinking at this dumbass presidential election, imagine what the dating scene is like.
It's
You
worse.
just saw the one about the pop balloon. This dummy used the word flirtatious over some freaking flowers on a dating show. The word didn't even match the definition of what just happened, but she used the word flirtatious. You understand what I'm saying to you? You might be single for a long time. I might be single for a long time. But guess what? I don't give a fuck. Because I'm not gonna bend over backwards for none of these nut ass bitches out here that swearing they dimes and I get to know them, come to find out they ain't worth a Chinese nickel. I'm not doing it. You're not gonna act like you that bitch this whole time, but I see who you had a baby with. Get the fuck out of here. Baby father look like he sell waters in the summertime, and you trying to act like you that bitch? Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
It goes on both sides.
You got me fucked up.
It
Baby
goes on
father
both.
sell Lucy's. Get the fuck out of here.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody be throwing shots. So why y'all do that to each other?
Got them loose
But
cigarettes.
I mean, but it's honest, because the thing is, Mr. Trey, nobody's gonna say that. Like, your homegirl ain't gonna say that. She's gonna be like, "Yeah, girl, you're a 10, you're a baddie."
Yup.
No, you slept with a nappy head Lou and had the baby with Mr. Tooth, and like you just messed up. Like sit down somewhere, stay in your lane. Like,
hold each
no.
other accountable. They don't hold each other
And that's
accountable.
why
And
somebody
then they
has
can
to
end
say
up with a good dude, right? They can end up with a good dude. The girlfriend know that her girlfriend got a good dude, but guess what? She gonna throw a wrench in that game. She gonna throw a wrench in it. She don't want her girlfriend to be happy. They be sneak dissing. I'm telling you, these women are fucking mean. Mean. They don't be. If anything, y'all should be bigging each other up. Like, I don't know, girl, you got yourself a good one. You got a good one. You should be, coming home at 3:30 in the morning. You shouldn't be going to no after hour spots and all like that. You know what I mean? They
There
won't
are
say
women
that.
that exist. It's just not in big numbers the way it should be. There are women who will definitely hold women accountable, but
Not in mass.
it's not
Not in mass.
It's not in mass.
Not in mass. No.
So do you believe it's men? Okay, you believe that men in mass numbers want to be in a committed relationship to build with someone, or they just want to
Not anymore.
play the game?
Not anymore.
Yeah,
Is that a general question for everybody?
yeah. I don't think that men in mass numbers want to be in a relationship.
Not in this era.
No.
You think
They
it's
see what's out here.
It's a caveat, though.
They see what's out here.
They will take what they can get, but I don't think that they're committing. I think
That's why we got passport bros.
I don't think they're committing to
But
to
that's but still,
marriage.
even if their passport, meaning they're going to get a relationship. So that means
Not
essentially
all of them.
men people want connection. It's just
They don't want
innate,
they don't want commitment.
you know,
There's a
or
lot
either
of men
okay,
out
fine.
here.
Hey,
There's a
we're gonna
lot of
have
men out
robot
here with no
girlfriends soon.
kids.
So
No,
get your
Remember
robot
that.
girlfriend that won't talk back to you. You can
The work
program her
ethic,
how you want.
I think men probably.
working on it.
I think some men might commit to a robot girlfriend than they would a fleshly human one because
Yeah.
So
Oh, AI coming.
would y'all
AI
agree
coming.
that? But would
AI
y'all
is
agree that
definitely coming.
men? Would y'all agree that men are only doing this because they are forced into this position? I
What do
don't
you
think
mean by
men,
forced? What do you mean by forced?
because they're only responding to what the women are doing and saying, the women's action. Because I don't think men come out ready in life to say, I ain't gonna want to have a woman. I think men initially
We
want
gotta be
that.
careful with the words, Trey. If you're a nondescript man, you're more likely to want to cleave to a woman. But if you could bang out a lot of chicks, you're less likely to
But our painting goes back to that smaller number. That's why I said
well,
I would
hold on
say,
now. When we say small, let's say 10, let's use a percentage.
okay, so say 15%. I go 15, 20%.
Well, 15% of men could do a lot of damage.
But what I'm saying is those 15 to 20, those 15% of men are already doing the most damage.
Well, I'm saying,
Because
so that goes back to the
but
question.
most men, but the
But
question I was asking is, do most men initially come out wanting to move like that 10 to 15%, or do they want to be with a partner, a woman, a
Most
wife?
men
Or somebody?
wish they could move like the 10 or 15%, but they can't. So they'll settle for what some men are more likely to appreciate the level that they're at.
Are you
So,
sure, Mr. Payne?
yeah,
You
yeah.
sure that if they're not getting the results, they're gonna just like women? If I know that,
That ain't
okay,
like
say
women.
if Mr. Lamont is looking at the blonde hair chicks, you don't think I'm gonna put on the daggone blonde wig so I can get his attention? Or
You
so
ask
those
me-
you think
let
the
me ask
guys
you-
are moving like savages
let
to
me ask you a
emulate
question.
to get
Let me ask you a
attention?
question. Let me answer the question. If you ask men, what do you rate yourself? They're more likely to give you a true answer, as opposed to women saying, I'm all tens. They be 800 pounds and they're saying they're all tens. Men ain't gonna do that. So most men kind of understand whether they want to stay within the level or not. Some men come to grips with their level, and those guys will be more likely to settle if they find the right woman.
Right.
That goes to what you said, Coach. First, most men are not looking to be players, but if they could play, they would play. But most men can't.
Yeah, I mean, if it
Most
was,
men
Correct.
can't.
Damn,
if
we
it
finally
was,
agree on something.
but I agree with that totally. I agree with that
I know I was
totally.
gonna get something in there, man.
I was waiting for you to reel it in. You reeled it
I'm
in,
done.
though.
I'm done.
No, that's true. Men have to build. We have to build our value. Women are born with it. We have to build ourselves
Right,
up. We might
right.
not be the best looking, probably not really in the best shape, but if we got our cheese up, that money makes us look cuter.
Mm-hmm.
You dig me?
He got some
So
cute ears.
So again, in this modern time, as we call it, everybody's using this as modern. And like you just stated at your what you just said was, man built themselves up. So I'm looking at it from, you are now 21-year-old. Like I said, we all old and shit. So a 21-year-old woman, man, they're not at this space in life yet. They're trying to figure it out. You're saying, man, build yourself up. And then on the flip side, women, your highest value is when you're at your freshest in life. Keep that. If women were to keep that, and then as the man is building, I think both parties would be able to somehow find that good connection with each other, because we see now in our modern time, women are moving reckless.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of, they show it on TV. The people that we say are the representation of us, the grown women are showing it to these little fans like ass and titties, what it is. You know what I'm saying? The guys are still trying to work through it, but wouldn't it be better? Maybe, I'm just thinking in a perfect world, if we can get the message to the younger women, say, move different like it has been. But that message has to come from women
Thank you. You gotta say
men who have daughters.
right.
But that again, that comes with policy and law, because if I was watching the show with D.I. Hooley last night, they was like, think about your daughters. If I think about my daughter and I'm talking to men, this is where the law has to change so men can automatically, by default, like this modern woman who has less time for her child, that default of equal parenting should come to play to help the daughters get the message, to help the sons get the message. Like, don't move like mama and daddy did. Be different and show that. But if we don't come together to think about our children and daughters in that capacity, all us old folk, we gonna keep fucking it up, because they listening and are listening to somebody say, how can I make a difference? We tell them not to do certain stuff, but they so scared by the time they ready, they don't know what to do. They don't know which way to go. We still low in reading. We still low in physical fitness. At one time, we was the best looking motherfuckers on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter. We moved, but now it's like everybody's stuck on the same elevator floor, and nobody.
You know that lady, Dr. Bryant, who was admonishing Cam Newton and them. I just saw on tonight's conversation just a little while ago telling young women, go out there and ride the car carousel in your 20s. She's 42. And all I'm saying, let me tell you, she didn't say car carousel, but just euphemism. When you tell young girls go out and enjoy yourself, that means fuck your way through the 20s.
Pretty much.
There's no other way to take that.
That's how men see
it. You sure like not go travel?
No, that's how men see it. Men see it.
Now you're going to travel to fuck some foreign men. You ain't going. Listen, women, this whole notion that you're going to be free in your whole 20s and you ain't going to be banging it out with somebody, it's just bullshit. The only thing you can't do, and then the men will say, well, get on your grind, wait till you're 30 something before you listen. Everybody's still stroking, man. So you got to tell them the truth. Most people are better getting together younger, because, and I'm gonna just say this, I'll be real quick. If I'm in my 20s, I'm not saying 21, 22, if I finish college, we're both in our 20s. The barrier between me and a woman is a screen door. We can see through it because we're both malleable. We're not hard. By the time we're 30, that door is walnut. And by the time a woman's 40, that's a goddamn vault. So we ain't getting through like that. So it's harder to cleave to somebody the older you get with all the goddamn stuff you went through. So when women get to their 30s, like people tell them to get through, not all women, but a lot of them who haven't really been chased, they come with trauma. I said this before. Every woman's trauma is at the tip of some man's penis. All that trauma they talk about, if you break it all down and they're on a couch with it gets traced to somebody's penis that they had during their 20s, or maybe some bodies. So all I'm just trying to say is we are, especially, listen, men and women ain't the same. And I said this before, I've never seen a man in his 30s say, oh, God damn it, I had too much box. I don't know what to do. We don't move like that. Right? We don't have those traumas. We might have a little trouble having cleave to relationships, but we ain't coming into our 30s saying I had too much bonds. But a woman coming into their 30s and they had too much, we could tell because the energy's still there and it needs a place to dissipate.
And a man who's had too much box, you could tell too. It's there.
In his relationship style, maybe, but not no trauma where he's mentally like. He's blown out.
Yeah, a lot of the man's trauma come from the upbringing, and a lot of his trauma come from experiences. You know what I'm saying?
Let me say, I'm gonna let you go. Let me just say it this way: a man who had a lot of relationships, a lot of sex and stuff in his 20s, he can still be a good husband in his 30s if he makes a decision to settle. I believe that a woman who's went through the whole belt, she might be a good wife, but it'd be harder for her. She's got the Alpha Johnson still in her mind, and she's got all that energy for men, right? Because men put the energy into women. And if they don't have no place for that to dissipate, it manifests itself in trauma, pills,
Which
Are
goes
bad
you
back.
sure it's
behavior.
trauma or trigger? Because you gotta say the right word.
Yeah, it's trauma,
Well,
right?
no,
Or and most like, and also evidence, like babies.
I think
You know,
I think it does.
So my baby is a trauma.
I think
That's
trauma.
messed up.
no.
Man,
But
you
I'm
gotta
saying
change
so.
your word.
What he
You
said.
were married before, right? You were married. So when I say trauma, I'm saying it's trauma if the baby's out of wedlock and you wasn't prepared for it. It's trauma.
I think it does result in trauma in women, and that's why when we started to have this conversation, I said that women, and we all pretty much was saying the same thing, how women stay in things a little bit too long because, especially keeping they coochie and things a little bit too long because that's where the trauma comes from. That's where the trauma will stir up. They do have a term called dickmatized. And that's what a lot of women are. They're dickmatized and they don't want to see the real of the situation. And instead of dealing with the real of the situation, they'd rather just continue to get by being dickmatized. And it works in the man's favor because he gets what he wants and she's just passively staying in this relationship knowing that she's not getting what she wants. But hey, we gonna sleep together. Hey, he's going to touch me. Hey, he's going to hug me. And they will settle for that instead of settling for what they really truly want. And so that's why women have to be the one because I'm you gonna give it, he gonna take it. I mean, like you said, R-Pain, how many men are like, oh no, I've had too much. keep it on. I've had too much. Don't unzip them. I've had too much. Keep it on. Like he's not gonna do that, right? No man is really going to do that. Now we are talking about top tier men tonight, so we're gonna get to the next topic shortly. But that is a testament to show that women, and like Coach Ferg was saying, the older women or women need to hold women accountable. And that's where we have to, especially if you've gone through a situation like this before. And I think a lot of women can say, hey, I probably stayed in there a little bit too long. I probably was having sex with him a little bit too long, and I should have took my coochie back. I should have. I
say no.
I should have, or I should have never slept with him at all because even in the beginning, I knew what he wanted and what I wanted, and they didn't match. Right. So we even go into it, not even necessarily thinking that we can change the man, but again, going against what we know our true feelings are, and we just bypass them feelings just to bypass the time. But when you add it all up and you get to the end of that time, you see you wasted your time because you're not getting what you want while he's continuing to take what you're giving.
Let me just add one thing. Right. Let me just say this. When you said waste, right? One of the biggest traumas of women, it doesn't have to be a lot of guys, but a woman who gave like 8 years to a dude, let's say from 25 to 33, and it doesn't go nowhere, and then you're separated, that's a lot of time in a woman's clock to be given to somebody. And he's gone. And now you got to start all over with all those memories, all that kind of stuff, and all that time that passed at 8 years out of your biological clock. Especially if you're one of those kind of women who wants a guy, because you know the process that you had to go through to even get to that point again. And so that's trauma.
Yeah, but you got to go through the process. Women also. So once you stop and you detach, now you have to go through the process of getting someone out of your system because, like you said, R-Pain, she gonna be thinking about that alpha D, that one that she would just do any and everything for, and she's not gonna allow other men to have a fighting chance with her. And so that's something that women have to truly embrace, the letting go of things that really don't serve you. And
Let me just add this real quick because I listened to everything that you just said about the woman being stigmatized and all like that, and then they end up being together for all these years and everything like that. There are relationships that are like that right now, like the one you're talking about, and they get to the point where this guy ain't doing nothing that she really want him to do. but she's stigmatized, so she gonna put up with it. So now it becomes normal. She got normal. It's normal for him. I'm sorry. It's normal for her now to come home and still see that this guy ain't do the dishes in the sink. It becomes normal now. And then after a while, you got people that are in 15-year marriages, 12 countless years of marriage, and they finally called it quits. I need couples to stop avoiding the inevitable. That's what I need people to do. Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. One of my homies asked me, would I ever date a white woman? I said, not really. It ain't that I'm racial. I'm not racial. I do believe women are beautiful of all ethnic backgrounds and all like that. But culturally, we wouldn't get along. The point I'm making is you should date a person where you have a lot of similarities. If your love language is more than likely the same. I hate when people use the word perfect. I really want to smack them. I really want to smack people. Well, no relationship is perfect. No need to mention the obvious. Stop mentioning the obvious. We know people ain't perfect. We know relationship's not perfect. Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stop avoiding the inevitable. Your culture is different. I like rap. She like country music. This ain't gonna fucking work. It's not gonna work. I like gangster films. I like movies based on a true story. One of my favorite actors is Denzel Washington, Don Cheadle, Will Smith. It goes on and on and on. Her favorite actor is, I don't know. Freaking name a white guy. Who movies suck? Christian Slater. You know what I'm saying?
I like Christian Slater.
But his movies ain't really good.
I don't even know who that is. I probably know him by face. I don't know a lot of white.
His movies ain't really good. He got like 2 of them that I like, and that's it. But we're just not compatible. But if I'm banging with you, we both like hip hop. We both like R&B. We both like romantic nights. We both like walks in the park. I never did a picnic before, but fuck it. I go on a picnic with you because I fucks with you. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'll make the sandwiches. Cool. You make the chicken, baby. I'm gonna do it because I fucks with you. Yeah, babe. Hey, babe, you like ham on yours or like turkey? You like turkey? Oh yeah, me too. I like turkey too. This gonna work out fine. But if your
with all
attitude
the
ain't shit and her attitude is the shit, then this ain't gonna work.
so how long do you
If you're
stick around?
unselfish and I'm selfish, this ain't gonna work.
How
If
long
I'm
do
a
you stick
logical thinking
around?
person and you're an illogical thinking person with idiotic logic, this ain't gonna work. If you're bipolar, this ain't gonna work. You understand what I'm saying to you? I need people to stop with the bullshit, man.
But Mr. Lamont, you have to know that sometimes when we get up, when we grow up, hopefully, when we become adults, a lot of decisions that we do make are based from our childhood, and we do not subconsciously know
I ain't
that.
talking about that.
Well, that's what
Please
I'm
don't do that.
talking about.
Please don't
It's
do
like,
that.
okay, yeah, it
I'm
is.
begging you not to do that. Please don't go that route. I'm
But
begging
I'm
you
going
not
to
to
go
go
that
road
route
with me.
because you went your route and you said your opinion. I'm going to say mine.
Go ahead.
Respectfully.
Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Sometimes we make way for things like you have, like, say you have a healthy sense of what a relationship is.
Correct.
Now the other lady, she may not. She may be like anxious, like, well, oh, he's leaving me, so I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta switch up so that he won't leave me. Sometimes people, they do things to stay or to justify, but they don't know that they're doing that because it's a deficiency they had in the past. And eventually, when it breaks down, everything breaks down, and they go to therapy, and like our pain said, dissipate all that stuff somewhere. Then they'll come to find out, wow, I've really been subjecting myself to people that are incompatible with me because I did not even know myself. And based on my childhood, I was afraid for people to leave me because people were always leaving me. And sometimes those are issues that we're not even aware of. But because of the brokenness of our homes, the children, they're not You know, it's just a whole
Yeah, I
big
gotta sit up for
nasty
this one.
thing that we have going on in our Black community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk
So
around for this one. Go
you
ahead.
are okay. Oh,
Go
good.
ahead.
I'm glad.
Go
Burn
ahead.
some calories,
Go
baby.
ahead. Mhm.
So it's like
Oh.
it's just a cyclical thing.
Because
And that's
women,
why
women are cyclical.
yeah.
Please let me respond to that. Please let me respond to that. This is why I said I beg you that I hope that you don't go down that road with me. But you went there, so let's go
But
there.
I'm not saying that's your case. I'm saying that
No,
that
no,
is
no,
an
no, no.
aspect of relationships and interaction with people.
No. I'm not just talking about me.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about in general.
In general, okay, fine. In general. Okay, let me just say this to you, sister. Let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
Had a conversation similar to this just this past weekend.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine has this me syndrome. Me, I. Can't nobody do what I do. I'm this dude. Like basically, he talking like he that guy, right? One day, they're over here. My nephew down here from Baltimore. He decides to dig deeper because he's a psychology major. He wanted to find out why this guy acts the way that he acts. So he told me he had a very productive conversation with him, and he started to dig into his childhood and so on and so forth. He wasn't really loved as a child. His mom this, his dad that. The only person he had was really his brother, right? His excuse was, and this is typical of what people do. They find scapegoats for people like this.
Right.
They do. They find scapegoats for him. Well, the only reason why he's like that is because of his childhood and this and the third, and he never really had nobody there for him and this and the third, and he never had anybody who congratulate him or give him the respect that he deserved or whatever, or give him whatever pat on the back that he feels that he deserved. So since he never received that, that's why he act the way he act now. Okay, let's go there, Mr. Sociology major. Let me explain something to you. Let me be very, very clear. And part of my French for the ladies on the panel. People don't give a fuck about what happened in your past. They only care about is how you treat them now repetitiously. So let's just use you for a perfect example, and maybe you understand where I'm going with this. Suppose you had a bad childhood. Your growing up was messed up. But your adult years, you constantly show people that you are selfish and it's all about you. You constantly showing this. This is the same behavior that you've been showing for years. Would this be honest to say that people won't care about your past? They only care about how you keep continuously to treat people? Is it safe to say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, since you said that, right, let's take what you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever past that people may have with bad experiences of dating or whatever the case may be, right? Maybe, just maybe, they're not mature enough to move on maturely to the point where they're like, you know what? Everybody's is not like my ex, and so on and so on and so forth. This person could actually be different. The point I'm making is pay attention. It all comes down to the same thing I've been talking about. People are not paying attention. It goes back to the pop the balloon thing. It goes back to the other one she did with the conversation, John, with the girl talking about the guy work hard, and then all of a sudden you're not paying attention. This is a typical thing that we are going through as Americans. People are getting dumber and dumber. And I need people to stop using excuses for people. Well, maybe you know what I noticed? You know what I noticed? Anytime a guy says something to his homegirls, and she says, "Hey, what happened to that girl that you was messing with?" And said, "Third, what happened with her? I liked her." And the guy will say, "Well, I didn't do it because of X, Y, and Z." You know what women would do? This is the typical thing women do. Well, maybe she did this because of this. Maybe she did this because of that. They find excuses for this bitch, and they don't even fucking know her. They don't even know her, but they find excuses for her. Let a woman tell her girlfriends why she don't mess with such and such no more. I guarantee you this, he won't get no excuses. He won't get no bailout. You know what he'll get? Yeah, girl, you don't need to mess with nobody like that. But already took the bitch word for it. Already. But guys don't get that though. Women find ways to make excuses for other women. This been going on for decades.
I'm trying to tell you now you throwing it back on the woman. I just said something in general, and that could be for the man, and that's what I'm saying.
I'm speaking in general though.
Okay, yeah, but you're saying like the man ain't going to get this, but I'm saying that is the same thing. Like, yes, the man can get that.
The man can get what?
Like you said, like he can get not the excuses, but the explanations of things. You know what I'm saying?
Women don't ask men nothing. They don't ask men nothing. Women just shoot. Oh, he did this probably because it's already a plot. Oh, he did this because no, ask the nigga why he did it.
But that's what I'm saying. See, now me, that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up and I'm trying to go back. You know what I'm saying? So that is an act of trying to clarify the present man I see in front of me. Then I can decide, like you said, paying attention, if I want to continue to deal with this, maybe because I have a little empathy or understanding for him, or no, I don't have to deal with it. The same way the other on the shoe on the other foot for the man, for the woman. You know what I'm saying? Because you said it matters now, but it does matter from the past as well, because not only if you join yourself to this, you're joining yourself in marriage to all that.
When I say pay attention, what I mean is if this guy is not acting like the last guy that you were just dealing with, then he deserves a chance. If he does everything he said he's gonna do, if what he says and what he does matches, if it matches, then that's something different. Stick around. Now, the only way I would tell a woman to leave or stop dealing with the guy is if he's consistent at being inconsistent. If he is consistent at being inconsistent, then that's his pattern. You understand what I'm saying? It goes back to paying attention again.
I'm very aware.
Yeah, I'm not saying this to you as if you didn't know. I'm saying I'm just letting you know that this is what's been going on year in and year out, decades and decades of dumb stuff.
Well, can you agree that people make concessions for the people that they really like, even men and women alike? Because for the sake of, woo, she's a baddie. You know, people say it all the time. I know what comes with the white toenails. But they say, okay, I'll take a chance. Not saying that they're going to change them, but they just go for broke.
Did you know that if Elon Musk asked 100 men, guys, tell me what you like for a woman, and first he go with looks, face and body, everything, right? Then he says, he asked 100 men, give me personality, and then he types all that in, and then he's like, damn, this is a high demand. I don't have enough money to make the same type of woman that all 100 men said that they wanted. They all had the same similar answer. He said, look, guys, I can only make 5 of them. I can only make 5 of them. All 100 men, they all said the same woman. He got the money to only make 5 of them. Did you know 5 of those women will be a freaking lottery ticket? Did you know that? Do you see where I'm going with it? I'm gonna tell you where I'm going with it. Where I'm going with it is that women are not paying attention to men in regards to what we want. They still find ways to make it about them. The stuff that we want are pretty simple, but they're not paying attention to us. Most women in this dating age, most of these women are looking at it like, what can I get out of this relationship? They're all about them. They are more selfish thinking in this era, in this decade, what we're going through right now, than it was years ago. Before, like in the 80s and the 90s, it was more collective. You know what I mean? I like him because, I like the way he treats me. I like the way he talks to me, etc., 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 etc. Now, No. These women want to know what can you put on her bill. Mind you, the nigga don't even live there. You know what I'm saying? And the questions are different.
Right.
Now it's like,
Absolutely.
how many kids you got? How many baby fathers do you have? Do you like women too? Oh, you bi. I didn't know you was bi. Okay.
Are you a man?
The questions are different now.
Yeah.
Those questions have always been in play. It's
Those questions ain't
women.
never always been there.
Women have
I never had to ask the
always.
chick in the 80s what she buy and how many baby fathers she got.
I
I
mean,
never had to ask no woman that in the 80s.
What I'm saying is, it was teenagers starting to have a lot more babies in that time. I was coming out of high school in the 80s.
I ain't talking about the babies. We're talking about the different baby
as the
fathers.
adults,
You
the
never
women,
had to ask that question in the
but the
80s
women,
or early 90s.
but the women still had a price that men were willing to pay. They just didn't verbalize it. Brothers just didn't verbalize it.
Women have always verbalized the price of
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, they gave you something back in similar value. They gave you something back. You talking about 25 years where most men and women have never done anything for anybody else. They've been taken. Why you think, man, scamming wasn't big? It was people that did their little dirt, but now they got it into the language. Scamming, meaning you coming in intentionally to undermine and underhand somebody.
The nutshell of my conversation, and I'm gonna let you have the floor. The nutshell of my conversation is people aren't paying attention. They're not.
They are
getting worse. It's getting worse now. I guarantee you that I'm gonna more than likely get on social media probably sometime tomorrow or Friday, and I'm gonna see Precious post something up on a page that already confirmed something that I already said. I guarantee it. It's already been done. So it's inevitable. I'll put you like this. There was not a big business in eyelashes back in the day. There was none. There was none.
It was on the rise.
There wasn't multiple baby fathers back then as it is now. There wasn't multiple transgenders. There were multiple dykes. It wasn't like that in mass. In mass, it was not like that years back. But the fact that you have to ask different questions, the questions has changed now. There are multiple questions you have to ask now in this era. Again, it comes back. I need you guys to pay attention on how things have shifted. And when it comes to dating, these people aren't paying attention to their partner. These women are popping out freaking babies by guys who aren't even built to be fathers. And guys are making babies by women who aren't built to be mothers. Back then, when they told you, when they told a woman, congratulations, it was real. It was fucking real. Congratulations. They knew that they knew the baby father. They knew that she was dealing with him for 10 years or 5 years, whatever the case may be. That was a real fucking congratulations. Now, these women are posting themselves with just their body being pregnant, and people are saying congratulations from a one-night stand baby.
But bro,
things are different. They don't even know the baby father. The father not even in the freaking picture. He's not even in the post on Instagram. She's on the Instagram picture by herself pregnant, and you got 20,000 people telling her congratulations. For what? For what? You look stupid. You do. People don't like to look dumb. So you know what they do? They find excuses. They find excuses for the situation. Oh, a baby's a blessing. Shut the fuck up with the baby's a blessing. The mom ain't shit either. I feel sorry for that baby because the dad ain't shit and the mom ain't shit. So how the baby a blessing? How's the baby a blessing? Shut the fuck up. Ain't no damn blessing. No, a baby is a blessing by two people that love each other and they share this together. You remember years ago people said sex is overrated? Shut the fuck up. How can sex be overrated? Stop talking stupid. No, Christmas is overrated. Valentine's Day is overrated. Even a basketball player can be overrated, but sex can't be overrated. Look at the definition
Maybe
of
it
the word.
can be because people are misappropriating
Stop.
Maybe it
cannot be
can
overrated.
be because if you squander the value of it,
Stop.
then
Please
you really
stop.
don't have any value, right?
Sex can't be overrated. It's impossible. Look up the word overrated. Look at the word overrated. Sex cannot be overrated. A basketball player, baseball player, football player can be overrated. Like, damn, why they paying him so much? He's not even that good. Yeah, he overrated.
So
Valentine's
you
Day.
that
Yes,
good?
Valentine's Day is overrated. Christmas is overrated, but not sex. Stop talking stupid, please. I'm begging y'all. Stop. You look fucking dumb. Stop using the word literally
Sex
all
is
the time because
overrated.
it don't fit.
Close
Stop
your
using the word
pants.
literally.
Close
Stop
your
using the word-
legs.
I need
Sit down
people.
somewhere.
I need
Become a
people to
better
stop.
woman.
I need
Become a
people to
better
stop using.
man.
I need the people to
And
stop
then we
using the
can
word
come
literally.
together and
Stop
be
using the word
better
literally
for
in
each
the
other.
wrong context. I
You're
literally
using
talked
it
to
in
him
the
on the
wrong
phone
context, love.
yesterday. Oh, we literally just talked about this. Oh, I literally just saw him. Why did you have to use the word literally?
Boy, you be
Again,
on that word.
people are talking stupid. Y'all
Why
sound dumb.
Why
You
don't you
sound
think
dumb.
there are some people that I know who feel like sex is overrated? Like they're just not, it's not their thing. So why do you feel like sex can't be overrated?
It's impossible for sex to be
For
overrated.
who? The
Sex,
man or the woman?
no,
Be
period.
concise, love.
The word. I'm gonna calm down for a second. I'm sorry. I'm gonna calm down for a second.
Thank you.
Because stupidity really gets to me. The word sex cannot be overrated. I already explained to you what could be overrated. I said a player can be overrated. Maybe even an actor could be overrated. Christmas is definitely overrated, and so is Valentine's Day. That's definitely overrated.
But
Overrated is
it's the
when
one thing that's getting us in trouble.
Overrated
So
is when you make a big deal.
stop diluting that.
Stop deleting
It's the
what?
one thing that's getting us in trouble. Because you're saying, oh, it's a one night stand. Oh, the baby and a blessing. So now you putting all that the sex that is not overrated, but look at all the things that's coming from that brokenness. So maybe it is overrated at this point. Maybe we
No,
need to put it
it's
in a
not.
box
It
and put it
really
where it
is.
needs to be.
Okay, how about the word literally? Let's go there then, because we're not going to agree
Oh my
on
God. Well, you've been talking
overrated.
about that since you showed up. Literally. That's your word, ain't it?
Literally.
People, and I'm not trying to call nobody stupid, but you sound stupid when you keep using the word literally, when it doesn't fit the context of the word. I literally just talked to him yesterday. Oh, I was just literally on Precious Podcast yesterday. I don't have to use the word literal. I could just say it. I was on Precious Podcast yesterday. That's all I gotta say. I don't have to use the word literal.
Lamont, what's overrated? And it ain't sex. Sex ain't overrated.
Thank you. It's not.
What's overrated is we value being single parents. That shit's overrated. That shit is overrated. I don't care. We consistently go down this high birth rate of unified parents. We don't even get an opportunity to raise the child, to have an understanding, because sometimes people grow up within their child. And sometimes people digress within the child, because if you're an adult and you still trying to, I ain't saying, when you are allowing your children to do dumb shit that jeopardizes their health and their safety, that is a big problem. But, and it comes to us not working together. Because we having a whole lot of sex. I don't give a damn. Hey, we sexing. We probably some of the sex-oriented people around the world. Because we sexing. But the problem is we valuing, the separation. And that's detrimental to anything that we try to do.
First, let me just apologize for, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. First, let me apologize for raising my voice. I ain't mean to go there, but apologize to everybody on the panel. It's just, when I get in this mode, I really don't like to hear bullshit rebuttals. So I get like that. With all due respect,
that's the thing about it. The rebuttal allows the conversation to be had, because not everybody is equipped with that type of thinking and logic. So it has to be worked, especially when it comes to men and women. Man, you're going to get even some man who not gotten to a space where you are. Not every guy is going to blame a woman based off what they say they see. They're going to go off their experience. So it's good to have a conversation about it. So then you can always get a little gem either side. You know, Lamont, you're about 5 years younger than me, right?
I ain't giving you that.
Okay, I'm gonna say 5 to 10. So it's hard. So the logic that you may understand about women, I've never had that experience.
But it don't have to be about men or women. If Precious was sitting there talking right now, as she was earlier, you saw me. I fell back and I was listening, and I agree with everything she just said. Everything. I listen to logic, not gender. I don't care who said it. You can even be younger than me. But if what you're saying makes so much sense to the point where it's concrete, I'm not gonna rebuttal that. But I hate when people rebuttal facts. Don't rebuttal facts. I ain't gonna hold you. That's when I go from 0 to 100. Stop rebutting facts. Because you really do look dumb. You look dumb when you do that. Especially when people say stuff like, well, everybody has an opinion, but your opinion should be based on sort of fact when it comes to stuff like this. When it comes to these types of conversations, your opinion should be based on some sort of fact.
But isn't that fact?
What's that, mamas?
I said if a person is basing it, if they're bringing evidence and it is factual, but maybe you may not want to hear it that way because you just want to stay on your idea of it.
Not true. Not true. If you have solid proof that your opinion, there's some proof behind it, I will listen. But you got people who says, well, everybody is going to have their own opinion, blah, 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 blah. Or no, that's my truth. No, stop with the my truth and like that. The truth is the truth, period. I could tell you something right now about women, right? And a woman will say, well, that's not true because I'm not like that. I'm not talking about you. There's so many women out here that don't act like you and Precious. They just don't. So let's just say hypothetically, there's 70% of women that ain't shit. But guess what? We got 30% of women, you know what I mean? That don't act the way y'all act. They don't dress the way you guys may go out and you guys may dress appropriately, right? You got women out there who really don't dress appropriately. They know they got the body, this and the third, and they will wear a shirt showing mad cleavage. Then the guy talking to him, and she's like, hold on, baby, my eyes are up here. I can't tell. You got the 34 double Ds. It's all in my kitchen right now. What else am I gonna look at? I'm trying to look at you, but these Joneses, they right here, mamas. You see what I'm saying? This is the idiotic way of thinking. Dumb, just dumb. That's all I'm trying to explain to you. That's all I'm trying to explain to you. Even with the pop the bubble situation and all like that, you see how dumb that girl was. And then on top of that, none of them said thank you for the flowers or the rose, and they all popped their balloon. He was still nice enough to give them the rose, man. None of them said thank you at all, man. Like, God damn, like what a piece of trash you are. You know what I mean? You really are a piece of trash. Then the one girl, she got most roses out of all of them, and she still ain't budged. She stayed with the same.
Right.
Oh, how about the other one? Where the guy wasn't her type, and then the girl asked the girl if he was her type, and she goes, no, he looks kind of gay. You see?
I saw that one as well.
You see?
What he was wearing all black?
Accept the fact you're not going to be everybody's type, but don't throw insults. Why do you insult the guy? He was a gentleman. I was a gentleman the whole time. Matter of fact,
so
posted that.
That's another thing that women have to learn how to, like that guy with the rose, he, gracefully declined. Women don't know how to gracefully decline. And I'm talking about the women that I see on social media in these shows, because I don't know everything. But the women in these shows, where, you got to pop the balloon, I think gracefully declining, one answer could be, I just don't really feel the chemistry between you and I. But I'm sure you're still a great guy. I just don't feel it between us.
Right.
Not, those shoes is dusty. I don't like the outfit, the fit. It's the right. It's the you're too dark. And now, mind you, these people may not be aesthetically pleasing to these women, but the way that they deliver the message to the man.
Correct.
So, it just got so much. It's not even criticism. It's very harsh.
No. You're right. It's criticism. Finish.
It's shaming. It's shaming. It's
criticism, shaming. Yup, all those words, all of them.
To speak to a man like that you don't know that you don't have an interest in, just because you don't have an interest in him, don't mean that you
have to insult him.
Call out the disinterest that you have. And we always talk about being high, honest, open, and transparent. But at the same time, you can be honest with someone and not necessarily have to be totally transparent with you. Meaning, I can not like your sneakers, but I could just be honest and say, you're just not my type, or I'm honestly not, interested, or I'm not attracted, but I'm glad that we had this exchange or whatever.
Right.
But just, the way that you see these shows and how they just go in so far as to question this man's sexuality, and you don't even know him, so
I think I wasn't on that show.
Things like that. Women have to really learn how to tame the tongue, and that's a huge lesson for women to learn, because if your tongue is untamed in a situation like that, I don't even want to see what it's like when you're actually in a disagreement with this man or any man. Or
why? Wait. Before you finish, why?
Why wouldn't I want to see it?
Correct. Because, please say it.
Because honestly, for one, you're not going to get anywhere. But for two, it's ugly. It's an ugly trait in my opinion. So my mom always said, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
I thought you was going to say it, but you didn't. I thought you was going to say it, but.
If you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. And I'm a huge advocate of that. If I don't have anything nice to say, or I know my thoughts are going crazy where they cursing you out, but I shouldn't be verbally doing that, and I need to take time to myself, and I need to check myself, then I'll take the time out to check myself. But I'm not going to verbally abuse you. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of women verbally abuse men, and that pushes men to say, you know what, I don't want commitment. That pushes men to say, you know what, I don't want to be in a relationship with you, or
right.
With women in a mess, because that could be one of the issues that men see with women. You don't know how to tame your tongue. And that's
the mic got a mute.
When we first start, learning how to communicate, because taming the tongue will help you regulate your emotions. And I didn't learn that until I went to therapy. So I don't know when these women are learning it, but I didn't learn it until I went to therapy, until somebody was like, yo, you're angry, you need to go to therapy. And
I did the same thing.
The thing is, I didn't say, you don't know what you're talking about, I'm not angry, I don't know why you even said that. I was like, you're right. I need to go to therapy. I knew I needed to go to therapy. So women be knowing that they need to fix the things that are tripping them up. And instead of doing that, or investing the time and energy and the money to do that, they'd rather just keep going in this cycle. Again, it's cyclical. Women are cyclical. At the end of the day, women are cyclical. That's something that men need to get in their heads. Women are cyclical, right? Men are point A, point B. And so that's why we need each other, because there are times in life I need to just be A and B. And there are times in life where you need to revisit some things so that we can, work in harmony. And there are some times where I don't need to be revisiting things, and I don't need to be going back and forth in my head about some things. But that's why I have you, because it's like, all right, you going in that circle again. You're
emotional regulator.
You're loading, and you don't need to be loading. And when you unload, it ain't a good thing. So, you know, that's why we need each other, because y'all are one track mind and we are everything's on my mind at the same time. Like,
Mhm.
so we
Y'all,
need
y'all
to,
think in y'all sleep.
I don't.
I do.
I don't. I get if I'm not getting good sleep, that means something ain't right in the world. But you're right. A lot of people don't get good sleep, and a lot of people don't know how to calm themselves and to put those thoughts to rest and to actually really give some things to God, because there are just some things I'm just not going to worry about. There are just some things I'm not going to stress about. There are some things that look, it's going to have to be out of sight, out of mind for me, because that's another thing for women. Once they see it, once you hear it, once you touch it, once you taste it, like all of that, every piece of logic is out of the door. So you have to train your mind to be renewed. You have to train that daily. Your mind should be renewed, and a lot of women don't keep this forefront in the brain, and they go in that cycle.
Can I ask you a question? Precious?
Mind is not renewed.
Absolutely.
Precious, you mind if I ask you and the panel a question?
No.
This is probably my third guest appearance on your show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Out of all the raving I done did on your show, right? I need to ask y'all, and I want you to answer the question first. What's your take on me and the way that I think? Coach cracking up.
My take is that you're very straightforward.
Mhm.
I think that, you know, when you come up in a certain time and you see what's going on now, it's like, I don't want to say the words like, how can you be so dumb? I don't want to use those words.
Say it.
How are you not grasping these concepts, or how are you not, you know?
You saying me?
No. I'm saying
Oh.
this is how I think that you think, you know.
Okay.
A lot of people today are we're turning into a world where no one's really using their brain, or no one's seeking information either, because you know, if you don't know, you don't know, but you need to speak up to say that you don't know. And I think in your mind, it's almost like, don't just say what you don't know, seek after what you don't know, because your ignorance is going to keep you in a hole.
And they're speaking on things that they don't know about instead of just admitting that you don't know because their opinions sound dumb.
Right. So that's how I think that you think.
Okay. I'm about to go on down the line because I already feel like my man gonna definitely disagree with me.
What are you talking about? Me?
Yeah, Mr. Payne.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I just didn't I just didn't do no analysis on you like that. I think you talk too much. That's what I think. But not that you're saying, not what you're saying is wrong. I just think you could do it in a whole lot less words. You know, but that's
that used to be our pain though of the panel. So you don't turn.
I think I got a bad rap. You know, so I can't take accountability.
You long-winded too, brother.
I can't take accountability either. So you know, nah. I mean, you make your good points, but I mean that's it. I mean that's all I can see. The points. If you make good points, you make good points. I don't have no argument there. You know, I just like you know. So I'm working on trying to get to like from point A to point B with as few words as I possibly can. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I don't. I'm working on it.
Well, I try to be that way, but the problem is, I noticed that when I talk to certain people, like the gentleman who left the panel, he didn't quite grasp what I was saying, and I noticed that when I was watching him before I even got on, he was getting on you by not letting Wife School Podcast finish saying what she had to say, but he did the same thing that he got on you about when I was talking. Am I right?
Well, Simon's Simon. He's been
No. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Simon is Simon. No. That's a bailout. He did it too. No, he did it too.
Yeah.
He did it too.
No, I agree with you. But
let's not do that. I hate that nigga shit. I can't stand it. Well,
I'm
Simon is
just
Simon.
saying, we can't fix it, brother. He got to fix himself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but But Mr. Mont, you just admitted this is your third time. So yes, this is your encounter with that. But prior to that month, that is Simon.
I don't care. It don't make it right.
No,
He can't get on Mr. Payne by cutting you off from talking if you're gonna be guilty of the same thing when I was talking. To the point where Precious had to step in and be like, all right, now one mic at a time, because I'm trying to answer coach questions. He wants to sit there and laugh and this, that, and the third. Now, I didn't get on him about his idiotic thinking. I didn't call him a simp because I think he is simp, but I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead and say it.
No,
Lamont,
I think he's soft. I think he's soft.
Lamont, what's the question again, man? What was the question that you had? What do we think about you? Lamont, listen, I don't think anything about you. You're a man expressing your feelings and your thoughts. That's how I look at it. I do say that you put a lot of energy into things that you can't control. You know, because you see what's going on, and the fact that you recognize it all the time. You're going to identify the nonsense. You have no problem identify it, but then I identify it. But then for me, because I'm trying to see how can I flip it to benefit me and the people that I can affect in a sense. So when I'm giving messages to young men and young women who are under my tutelage or whatever it is, then I'm giving them both sides of it. You're going to get that garbage out there. However, you have to be really determined on what it is you want. Some people like garbage. Some people eat garbage every day. You present this filet mignon, they're like, ooh, that nasty. But they ain't even tasted it. They just looking at it. It ain't used to what they've been getting. A lot of people been getting bad messages. A lot of young adults come out of the house talking about each other. These women are coming, a lot of them talk about their family members in a negative way. What you think they gonna think about me? They talking about people that are closest to them. They don't know us until they get to this space. By that time, they already been dogged out, talked about from the people that should love them the most. A lot of people, you know what I'm saying? And so in some instances, you know what I'm saying, because we used to cap on each other and talk about, but there were certain things that were off limits. Now they throw that shit in your face. Soon as they get mad at you, you don't do something that.
Hold on, I gotta charge my phone up. I got like 2%.
This is where people manipulate. When you don't do something that they want you to do, now you're not the friend. But a person that throws that in your face is not your friend. You know, okay, and I move that way. If you belittle me because I disagree, I didn't have to talk to you again. You didn't do anything to affect my life. You just some person. And that's just how I move growing up. So
right, well, I'm not trying to belittle nobody on the panel.
No, I'm not saying you, Lamont. I'm just saying that's how people. I'm not saying you voice your opinion. Yeah, you in your 40s, y'all motherfuckers fight. Y'all fight you fight in your sleep. I bet you be thinking about this shit in your sleep.
No. See, here's the part where I just want to enlighten you a bit. I'm a realist. I look at things through a realistic lens, right? A lot of people not built to listen to somebody like me. I'm too honest and I'm too direct.
But Lamont, have you always moved this way in your life? Always.
So yes. I keep good people around me, and I cut people off when I feel as though they're not a good friend. I let things add up. To the point where it's like, nah, I don't like the way he move. Or sometimes it's a person's spirit. They say energy never lies. You know what I mean? Okay. And that's a true statement. Energy never lies. You know what I'm saying?
So do you think most people move like you think? You already, I would think that you would say not, right?
No, I'm a rare breed, brother. I'm a rare breed.
So again, you being a rare breed, like me, you can recognize whatever issues someone else has. Once you recognize it, you have the sense enough to separate from it. A lot of people are afraid to separate from it because it's comfortable. They're used to it. And as a man, you have to be willing to step away.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I would
meditate.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell you what I would prefer when I'm talking. What I would prefer when I'm talking and especially if that's what it really is, damn, that make a lot of sense. That's what I would prefer. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you one example. I said this repeatedly. I don't trust anybody that use God all the time. Anybody that use God all the time. I don't trust them. I pay attention to where they move when they keep talking about God this, God that, the church this, the church that. But they don't move like that. If you keep talking about God, but then I watch you, I'm like, damn, you're actually mean to people. You don't even live by this. Now, I'm not an atheist or nothing because I definitely believe in God, but I don't keep talking about God. And I'm gonna use two people as a prime example because I don't care how they feel about me. Puff uses God a lot when he talk, and he a piece of trash. Steve Harvey uses God a lot when he talk, and he a piece of trash. I've listened to preachers talk and use God a lot, and they end up being a piece of trash. I don't trust anybody that texts too much.
So Lamont, and this is why I always bring it back
And you
to
don't have to
personal.
agree.
No. How many of those people affect your daily life?
None of them.
That's what I'm saying. So if, like, you can take experiences from
These are
others
my
outside
observations,
of
brother.
you.
That's it. It's just my observation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is people, and this is why I'm trying to, speaking outside of you, people have to be able to take experiences from others that you see that may be demonic, just wretched in the community. And you have to make a decision to move differently from that. You have to be willing to understand that if I want to maintain a righteous path, if I want to maintain a path that could bless me, I see this BS over here. Everybody's saying they Christian, but they move in the most judgmental, the most subjugated way.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot be afraid to separate from it. Because as you mature in your separation, it gives you a chance to grow up a little bit. It gives you a chance to be above the BS that you see. And when you go back to it, you have the understanding to, when you recognize it, you can step away from it. You can't stay in it and then complain about it. You have to separate from it.
I
Everybody
think you're
gets saved.
misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm involved with these things. I'm saying
I
this to
didn't say
say
you.
because I'm part of this podcast and what we're talking about. And being the fact that more than likely, Precious, you're gonna put up another post that's relevant to what's going on. And if I'm available to join the podcast, I'm going to speak on it. It doesn't mean that I involve myself in the BS. It's
I
not
didn't
saying
say
that at
you,
all.
Lamont. I'm not saying you, man. You got gray in your fucking beard. I ain't
No, this is
talking to
white, brother. This is
you.
white. This is white,
Okay,
brother.
but you got
So
white
Chris,
in your
Chris,
beard.
you said you had another video or something?
Yeah. I wanted to welcome Joseph to the panel. Hello, how are you? Joseph?
Yeah, we hear you. I thought I heard you.
Yeah, R-Pain or Joseph? Remember on Jackson 5 when she was like, Joseph, Joseph.
His mic is messed up.
All right, Joseph, you ready? Oh, wait, I thought I heard you.
Yeah,
My mic is
Are you there?
open. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what
Can you hear me?
is that your mic or is it somebody? It sounds like
it's his mic. Yeah. Say more than a few words, Joseph.
My name is Joseph.
all right, we can hear you good. We can hear you good.
There you go.
All right. Before I go on to the next video, what did you want to add to the conversation? And we're just gonna hear what Joseph has to add. We're not going to respond or anything. What would you like to add to the conversation before I go on to the last and final video?
Nothing right now. I was just listening. I
Oh,
just
okay.
came in and listened to Lamont, and I thought he was an interesting guy to listen to. His passion about the words and I guess the etymology of different words and how people use them. I thought that was fascinating. So I'm just listening.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for joining. We're gonna play this last video And then we're gonna get
That is the truth.
Do you believe you're a top?
So this video is a woman describing what a top tier man is to the host of, I forget his name, but he's the host of Fugazi podcast.
Yeah.
And this woman does podcasts too. She's a very successful woman. I forget what her name is, but they're having this, interaction. And if anybody knows the host from Fugazi podcast, he is very straight to the point, gives it to you like it is. It's mostly women who go on his podcast who he pretty much gives his reality to, and a lot of times reality in general. A lot of women just don't see the error of their ways, and so he kind of does kind of a corrective vision type of thing, so women can actually see what's going on. But in this particular interaction, she asked him, do you think that you're a top tier man? And then she gives a definition of what she thinks a top tier man is.
Modern day women just don't qualify for the top tier men, and that is the truth.
Do you believe you're a top tier man? By what standard?
I'm 6'4". Only about 8% of the entire world is 6'4". I make well over 100K a year, and I'm black at that if you add that on. So just if we're speaking about those figures, the things that women are attracted to, no, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I'll let you do the math.
All right, before we go, what's your math saying?
The conversation and the words that are coming out of the mouth of someone like you, I would never consider top tier. A top tier man is also a man that is extremely desirable by way of his character. A top tier man is a man who displays a certain level of intellect that allows him to consider other people. A top tier man, they lead with love, not with dictatorship, right? They don't want to control their woman. They want to gently lead their woman. A top tier man creates space for a woman to feel good about herself. A top tier man supports the dreams and the ideas of a woman. A top tier man prioritizes a woman. A top tier man is in leadership and working as hard as he is to give the woman the life of her dream.
And with all that stuff that you just said, that was just womanese talk.
Womanese is also 6'4", black, attractive. I don't know too many women in my circle who desire a 6'4" man still wearing braids.
See the insult? Here go the insult. I knew it was coming.
So she gave her definition of a top tier man, and
gave her dream of what a man would be to her. That definition was just all about her. It was all about. She didn't say one thing she's going to give to a man like that. Not one thing came out of her mouth that says that she deserves that kind of man of her dreams. I didn't hear one thing. A man does this for me. A man does that for the woman. Listen, we need to, black men especially, the last thing we need to do is pedestalize just random women. We don't need to do that. If the obligations to a woman that you love, yeah, but you don't sit down and just, she just turned me off. Just the way she was turned off by him, by saying he's 6'4", which I thought was kind of superficial and all that other kind of stuff, 100K and all that. She sounded horrible to me. I wouldn't even want a woman like that. I wouldn't, because it's all about her. And it'll be all about her to the day I die, working to make her happy. It's just bullshit.
We agree again. It's getting scary, Payne. We agree again.
Okay.
I agree with the first half of what she said, which I was hoping that the man would describe himself, having good character. I think she mentioned morals, being a leader, protector, provider. It was all good. And then it took a left turn on the second half where it became all about her.
Worship.
Well, yeah, worshiping her, but in a way it was like now she's flipping the role of a man who helps her pursue her dreams, her goals, do things for her. Basically, it sounded like her lapdog in a way, or put her in a position where that for me is what I look for in a woman. It's like I'm looking for a helpmate. So she was like looking for a helpmate in a man for the woman. That confused me. So the first half was actually really
The
solid.
character was
But the
cool.
second half, yeah, the character, these are things that I was hoping that he would say, as opposed to just his
I'm
physical
6'4".
attributes, which I'm not to minimize it because I'm not 6'4", but I am 6'2". I see the value that women see in it. You could say I'm classically model looks and things, just the stereotypical things that women look for physically. They do value that. So she tried to diminish that and say, oh well, someone who's 6'4" or has these things don't matter. It does matter, but she minimalized it, but yet he didn't express the other qualities that she mentioned in the first half. It was just the second half of her conversation where it was the man being subservient to the woman, which is actually, it doesn't really work that way. At least from my experience, the woman goes out of her way to do everything she can to please a man. So that's why they had the word help me in the Bible, and I find that to be accurate. If a man is the one being subservient to her in the way that she would be to him, it doesn't work. It never worked for me when I tried it that way. So I guess that's the feminist part of it. So it was strange. She got the first half right, then the second half wrong, and then he came back and said, "Well, I don't want you." And she came back with a sharper remark. Well, don't nobody want you anyway. So it was a tit for tat, back and forth, elementary school type of poison. It's verbal abuse. That's the best way I can describe it.
And I think the guy from the Fugazi podcast, is he married? I know he's married, right, to a white woman, I think, and they have
Is he?
Is he married or is he just
I don't know.
backing up? I think he's married though.
He has a child.
I would tell
No,
him he better not be married to a white woman.
Right.
I would be married to another
He is. I think he is.
He's for Fugazi. He's Fugazi.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I mean, you marry who you want to marry. If it's good enough for Kamala Harris, it's good enough for him.
there you go, there you go. I mean, I agree with what you said as far as, but I believe a top tier man is a man that can build, he can protect. In my protection, I'm providing. So all that is encompassing in one to me. If I'm gardening, growing some carrots, I'm providing your ass and shit. I mean, but a man that thinks logically, is fair, and that's just me because I've been in sports a long time, and when I was a single man, I didn't have no problems with the women, but the ones that didn't align with me, I just didn't waste time. So I couldn't talk about how they were. Once I saw that shit, I delete your number, dismiss you, because I understood who I was, what I was looking for, and I mean, yeah, now we try to say the money and the height. Shit, I ain't never been 6 foot. I ain't never had a problem with the finest of women. Light skin to dark skin. 25 to 55. Damn near 65. So that's just me. But I understood everybody didn't like me. But it doesn't come. I support the improvement of the home, of the family. Yes, I encourage. I build competence. You know what I'm saying? Those things to me would value the fact that, okay, I'm gonna support your dream, but it has to be logical. We just ain't gonna invest everything we have into some bullshit. It's gonna benefit everybody, not just you.
Yeah.
And I think that verbiage that women always identify it to them. You know what I'm saying? But it typically the women who don't qualify for that position that bring it to them. And that messes, I would say she's probably in her mid-30s. She's done gone through some shit. Now they come to this age of reason. Now it circles back to me because I've given to my children. I've given to my parents, as people say, I've given to these men. Now it's about me, and they're willing to sacrifice the rest of their life from 35 to the time they leave. And that's too damn long. Because as they get older, they're giving the message to the younger women like, go live your best life, girl. Shit, fuck that shit. And guess what that old mama will do? She'll circle back and screw all your little boyfriends and shit. Because she'll say, he got that back. He bring it. He, you know what I'm saying? And they'll feed that energy, which is unfortunate. Men are trying to move out of certain levels, and that's where they spend their time. Like you said, build your wealth. How you build? You got to work. You can only go so many avenues in America. How many young people are willing to, especially men, are willing to take the chance? And a passport is good if you go into other countries to learn the barter system, learn their financial workings and things like that. That's great. But just to go to focus on other women, those men in those top tier categories don't give up the top tier women without a fight. They don't do that. And other races of men always, I've talked to almost every race of men. They send their young bucks here with the cash to sow their raw oats. Ain't nobody queening them up, taking them back to their country saying, you are the queen. They come here to have their fun, and they go back and tell their friends how Saprita busted it wide open for him. And he left her there. That's what they do. Now, yes, listen, I could be totally wrong, but in this new time, seeing how we say how the old way got us in this garbage anyway, for somebody who's getting to this space, you have to be willing to stand on your own and think in logic only. You can't think about feelings. I don't give a damn about your feelings. The world don't care about your feelings. And how does that man move against other races of men? Because I know what niggas do. How does our pain move against other races? That's the guy I would stand behind right there, because I know he's gonna be stand up. A dude just over in the hood over and talking about I got this, I got that, flash. I don't want none of that. I ain't touching nothing he got. I ain't passing no drink with him. That's not my type of guy. But a guy that's saying, hey, I'm gonna protect this home right here. I'm gonna uphold it. I'm gonna respect it. I'm gonna respect those around me and make sure that they're respectful. That's my type of guy that I like. And a woman that's disrespectful, I just don't associate with them. I can say hi. I don't have to be, oh, she disrespectful. I can't give her that type of energy.
Right.
That's just me. But unfortunately, here we are.
The guy's name is Cooley.
Cooley. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I watched a couple of his podcasts before, and the brother makes a lot of sense when he talks. I watched a lot of Kevin Samuels' podcast when he was living, God rest his soul. Kevin Samuels make a lot of sense. I actually got turned on to Kevin Samuels by a couple of my homies that said I remind them of him. And I don't know how, but I can see what they're talking about in regards to our logic. I like the way Kevin Samuels break down numbers and stuff like that. He's a genius when it came to that. And he was on point. He was accurate. Also, who else? Fresh and Fit, another one. Myron makes a lot of sense. I listen to him. Me and him speak the same language. There's a few things that Myron said and Kevin Samuel said that I do disagree with, but for the most part, I agree with 90 to 95% of things that they said. In this particular situation, I like what Cooley said. You're speaking womanese right now. That's what he told the babe. I agree with that 100%. She named a long list of things of her definition to a top tier man that all benefit her. It was all about her. So, Mr. Payne, I definitely agree with that. You pretty much hit the nail on the coffin on that one. Yeah, ain't no point of me being long-winded with this one, because that one right there, it is what it is. And to be straight with you, nothing good could come from that. If I was looking to date her, I know everything I need to know just by her response. And guess what? I'll be no longer interested. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
No longer interested from what she said. So, like Joseph said in the beginning of her description of a top tier man, it was like she was hitting the points. And then, a top tier man is a man who works to make my dreams come true. Is that what she said? She said something like,
Yeah.
Basically,
You
yeah.
should play it again. You should play it again.
Okay.
Make my dreams come
Yeah, I know. Joseph said it was half. I think it was more like.
I believe you're a top tier man. By what standard?
I'm 6'4", only about what? 8% of the entire world is 6'4". I make well over 100K a year. And I'm black at that if you add that on. So just if we're speaking about those figures, the things that women are attracted to, no, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I'll let you do the math.
So I just want to stop it there really quick. He said that the things that women are attracted to. So would that mean that women have defined what a top tier man is by what they've been attracted to?
No,
not what he said. Not what he said.
Oh,
Yeah, but see, we're doing it wrong. We're doing it the wrong way. So it's like, even if the dude is 6'4", if he makes a lot of money or whatever, and he's an a-hole or he's a dusty dude, it's bad. That don't mean he's a top tier dude just because he has the height, some money in his bank account. That does not mean he's a top tier dude, because that has nothing to do with his character as a man without all that stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, you're correct.
And
I mean,
yeah,
he was wrong.
so but we get it, we reverse it in the wrong way, and we choose. That's like, okay, they call it the whole math. They have this ideal of him, right? And all the women, the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, all the way to the 10s want that man. But the guys that are here that are on your level, which have all the qualities you need, you're overlooking that, thinking that this man has it, and he may not have that, just based on physicality and money, which doesn't determine who he really is as a man.
But unfortunately, sometimes that doesn't matter. I can even speak for myself. Just having the appearance. I didn't have to have much or anything, really, in terms of assets or money, or I could walk around with jogging pants, and just because I fit a certain aesthetic that a lot of women want, at least now currently. I know back in the day it used to be like light skins, then it became dark skins, then it become you tall. These are things, markers I didn't, that is all biological. I didn't do any active work to achieve it. It just show up, and then women are attracted to you. And sometimes on the surface you might think, oh, that's great. That's exactly what I want. But then you have a lot of these women who want you, they don't even know nothing about you. So it's like a superficial thing. You can be engaging with intimacy with these women, and then they want to discard you because they don't know nothing about you, and you don't know nothing about them. So that gets old real fast. So I think there's a fantasy a lot of men have of wanting to be that guy that he described himself as, 6'4", all this money, this, that, the surface things, the external things that are important, but there's an overemphasis on the importance of those things. So there's an over reliance on my physical attributes, on my money, on my cars, on my clothes. As a man, we tend to do that. We externalize a lot of these things.
Can I be a little bit blunt here?
Sure.
In response to what you just said, this is the typical thing that I see on a regular basis. I'm sorry for cutting you off. But honestly, I'm getting tired of it. Of the same old, same old. Women with the height and the complexion, all these things that shouldn't even matter in a man's character. It shouldn't. If a woman is 5'5", what's wrong with dating a guy who's 5'7"? He's still taller than you. Why does he have to be 6'2"? Why does he have to exceed in the height requirement? And why is that even a requirement? Why is the complexion of a man a requirement? You understand what I'm saying to you? A complexion?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but is that the right question, though, Lamont? I mean, the point really is, I mean, if we stay on point, right? His answer to the question was superficial. what he did was akin to a woman who conflates sexual attention with romantic attention or something like that. The first thing he said that he's 6'4" and has money is that he's just talking about smashing chicks. That
No,
women
he's
do
talking
women
about,
no,
he
hold
knows that
on,
this is stuff that women are attracted
women
to.
do get attracted to those guys for aesthetics. And there's nothing so he didn't talk about he didn't answer her question properly. He didn't. He really didn't.
I
You
thought he
know,
did.
so but
He answered it. He answered it the right way. Based on modern women? He
yeah,
did.
but that's still not character. He based
But
it
it
on.
don't matter.
Now it does matter because he could have
Okay,
asked.
the mature and aware person, that does matter. But for the person that
I'm a
just
man, and
wants,
he's a man. I know why he answered the question that way because he was conflating his high value or whatever with his aesthetics, and that's superficial.
but the
And he said
okay,
that as
Arcane, see, you're overlooking the point. Now,
Right,
if
okay.
he was so smart and if he was so top tier, he would have answered with character-based attributes
That's
first.
what I'm saying.
But he is going according to what makes him popular, what
Correct.
makes him accepted. So
Aesthetics.
that's what he highlights because he's successful in that. And even though he may be intelligent, because a lot of men agree with him, the fact that he alluded to the women and what they want, he shouldn't have done that. He should have established what a top tier man is in himself.
Correct.
Outside of a woman's validation.
I agree. I don't think I said anything different. He was being
Yeah, you
simple.
did.
No, I
He
didn't.
was responding.
Okay.
He was responding according to the modern
Correct.
based on the woman that he said on his I haven't seen his podcast, but I'm assuming he had a lot of women that said what she said
He's
or
just
has that mindset, and so he's just basically responding on he's basically matching her superficial with his superficial. I don't think
that's
he's
right.
actually that way, but I think that's just pretty much what it was. So when she went and got deeper, I thought, wait a second, I think she was kind of it's just a lot of mental and gymnastics that women tend to play. But she kind of like smirked when he said, "Yeah, he didn't say what I wanted him to say. So let me go ahead and add the things that I want in the man." But yet, I would. She doesn't even seem like the type of woman. The way that she was talking to him to qualify for a man that she was describing. So
Right.
that's
And
interesting.
if you
Like you're not
notice,
even the type of woman a man like that would want, but yet you're describing the man that you can't I know that you can't get. I know that. There's no man that is anything like she described is gonna want a woman like her.
right. And if you notice, he highlighted the things that the typical woman in this era normally go for. They normally go for height and the
That
amount of
doesn't make
money
him
that a
top
man
tier.
makes.
That makes him
That's
sexually
so he
attractive.
answered
That's not top
the
tier.
question. No, I'm gonna have to agree with White School Podcast because he did exactly that. He highlighted what he knows that is typical of what women normally go for, and they normally go for height requirement and the amount of money that men make. So he
Yeah,
said
okay, but that
6'4",
doesn't
and he
make him
makes
top
six
tier
figures.
though. She
What?
asked him a question. He didn't answer. He
I
answered
know
how
that
he
you're not
gets
listening to what I'm saying.
sex.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. What
Okay.
I'm saying to you is I'm gonna have to agree with White School Podcast. I'm just explaining what he did. I'm not
No.
saying that he answered the question. What
Okay.
he answered the question in a way which is typical
Right.
for women.
Right.
That's how he answered the question. He just didn't go in depth. He didn't go in depth. That was his only problem. He answered the question on a surface level. On
Yeah.
the surface level, these are the
I'm with
things that women go for. And he answered it that way. The sad part about it was when it was her turn to respond, she found a way to insult him twice.
Yeah.
She insulted him twice. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
We often don't catch it because it
She
can be so subtle. You have to
appreciate
replay and be like, what did she say? And
You
sometimes I
gotta
don't even catch it.
replay because she said a lot of stuff, a lot of word salad.
appreciate a couple times.
Before we go, what's your math saying?
The conversation and the words that are coming out of the mouth of someone like you, I would never consider top tier.
That was number one.
See, that was number one.
Top tier man is also a man that is extremely desirable by way of his character. A top tier man is a man who displays a certain level of intellect that allows him to consider other people. A top tier man, they lead with love, not with dictatorship, right? They don't want to control their woman. They want to gently lead their woman. A top tier man creates space for a woman to feel good about herself. A top tier man supports the dreams and the ideas of a woman. A top tier man prioritizes a woman. A top tier man is in leadership and working as hard as he is to give the woman the life of her dream.
And with
But I
all that
digress.
stuff that you just said, that was just womanese talk. That
Womanese is also 6'4", black, attractive. I don't know too many women in my circle who desire a 6'4" man still wearing braids.
Insult number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Insult number 2. And then she said something in regards to a man making a woman feel good. A man is not responsible for making a woman feel good. He's not responsible for how a woman feels. A
That
woman's gonna
whole
go into those type
that
of
other part that
situations.
she
Feel
was
good on her own.
tapping on, I should have wrote it down.
It sounded like
Women
you said our opinion.
absolutely want the guy. What she said, I look at the man's character. There's a whole lot of good
I
character.
can
The
tell
man
you.
didn't get no box whatsoever.
There's 4
They,
things she said. She said character.
we wish women were looking for character more. Our world would be a whole lot better if women were really prioritizing character. It's just bullshit.
Right.
Yeah. You gotta have the family involved in that. See,
But
we
you did explain
by
the type of
ourselves choosing. We need our fathers, because if that dude is, I mean, a man can recognize game. Like I said, men, they know what we can't see, and they have that intellect and they have that insight. And so that would curb a lot of things. Those other cultures and the East, and they are very heavily involved in the selection process. Well, what do you do for a living? Oh, you ain't getting my daughter. I don't think you should get rid of this joker. So it helps with that. But I think he switched from describing characteristics of a man on his own, and then it sounded like she was switching to characteristics of a husband.
her hypergamy kicked in. It kicked in by default. She just switched.
Yeah.
Disney World
So,
stuff kicked in.
Precious, real quick before I go, real quick. Do you recall what I said before you even played that last video? When I said people in this era have a selfish attitude with the me factor. Did I not just say that?
Mm-hmm.
Every time you post a video, all you're doing is confirming something that I already said on this podcast already. Her answer to what that man is was all about her. She defined it all about her. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did she or did she not?
Yeah, she did. I mean, like I said, she started off good, but then it started to roll into everything that a man could do pertaining to her, and not necessarily saying what a top tier man is stand alone on his own. It turned into, what he could do for you, making your dreams come true, being considerate and leading with love, having good character. I believe those things definitely have to be in there. But a man making my dreams come true,
correct,
in my opinion, is secondary, because if you have a mission, then I've signed up to be under your mission.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking that you're going to make my dreams come true. I should be thinking that my dreams are coming true submitting to you. It's just a mindset thing, and not a 1, 2, 3, this come first, that come. It's knowing that you trust the man, this top tier man that you're with. And so instead of saying that you're going to make my dreams come true, you should be saying my dreams are coming true being with you.
Correct.
So
yeah.
that manifestation is it will come to pass because you have a different mindset about it instead of saying that part of being with you or you be the definition of you being a top tier man is making my dreams come true. Being a top tier man is having a plan, having a mission, and joining with the correct woman who is going to help you bring vision to life. And in the result of that, her dreams will come true of protection, provision, being covered financially. That's how her dream comes true, because I always say that a woman who gets with a man, if she don't want to work, she should be working for that man.
Absolutely.
I didn't work a job that another man paid me and gave me my paycheck. I will be working for the man that I'm with, because that I believe in keeping it all in the family. I believe that, yeah, we all should be working and pulling our weight around here to make sure that everything gets done, making sure that, you know, the business is growing, or whatever, you know, the mission is, whatever he has is growing, is flourishing. I'm a helpmate. So that's just what I'm signing up for. That's the mindset that I have going into it. I'm not going into it thinking, oh, you're gonna make all my dreams come true.
Right.
No.
So would I be prejudging her? Because this is the type of answer I would get from your average ignorant person. They'd be like, yo, you already prejudging her to say third. You don't even know her. I don't need to know anymore. By her presentation, she found a way to insult the guy. All he did was answer her question. That's all he did. She asked the question and he answered it. She found a way to insult him twice. That lets me know more. That lets me know more about her character, right?
Yeah, I
Number
think.
3.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Number 3 is when you listen to the words that she decided to use, like dictatorship. I guarantee you, in her presentation, I guarantee you, she doesn't define dictatorship the way it's supposed to be defined. And this goes back to, I'm sorry to bring this back up, the White School Project.
Not project.
Hey, I've been called so many things.
I'm sorry, podcast. Is that
it's a project?
I'm sorry for messing the name up. It's going back to what I said to you before we saw this video of people using words in the wrong definition. They look at dictatorship as some form of slavery and bossy. That's not what it is at all. There was a podcast that I saw where a woman asked a guy, what is his definition of feminine? I couldn't wait to cut the podcast off. I didn't even want to look at it no more. You're not supposed to have your own particular definition of a word. Just look up the word, and that's what the word means. You're not supposed to have your own definition to suit whatever is going on that stupid little head of yours to fit your criteria. You understand what I'm saying to you? You're not supposed to have your own definition of what a good man is. You're supposed to have your own definition of what feminine is. And you're not supposed to have your own definition of what dictatorship is. And in her case, the what ideal man or whatever it was, she just sounded dumb. She just sounded dumb to me.
You know
and if
what,
I respectfully decline,
let me just ask one thing. The only problem I have with my man Cooley, or another problem, how come these guys never ask these women after they go on these word salad diatribes, what are you willing to give for a man like that? I just want to hear somebody ask one of these women, what
they won't have an answer.
I would just like to hear that shit. What are you willing to give?
I'm sorry. They'll say me. I'm gonna give her me, as if we know who you are.
Me.
Yeah, it just never fails. But I think the guys should just charge them up. You know, after you give me all that words out, what are you willing to give me for all of that shit?
Well, with all due respect, brother, they already tried that. That. When the men was asking the women, what can you bring to the table? And the women actually hated that question.
Yeah, but that's
why
I didn't put the table in there. No, but see, it's just a little subtle difference, right, Lamar? Because I'm not. I said you just because I'm letting the lady name all of these things she wants. I'm saying, well, what are you willing to give for that? That's it. I wouldn't say any more than that.
That question is an insult. They get mad and then they say, "Well, I'm the table," or some other form of it.
Correct.
So yeah, I mean, so
Yeah,
that's
no, they
that's
might, but then they
across the
really
board.
lose. They really lose credibility, and sometimes you got to make them see the credibility they losing. I mean, women ask for a lot of stuff, but what the hell are you willing to give? I mean, golly.
And that's sometimes women aren't looking to give the things that a man wants. A woman will give what she deems and like Lamont was saying, you're not listening. You're not, you're not paying attention truly to what I want. Usually, you'll ask a woman what she brings to the table and things of that nature. And none of those things excite a man. Like none of those things get a man like, oh, really? Like, is that what you
We don't care if you traveled a lot. We don't.
a man or like I've heard this before, or I could get somebody else to cook for me. I can get somebody else to clean for me. I could pay somebody to do all those things. And a lot of times it's because a lot of women don't have that intrinsic value. Right. There's intrinsic value that some women hold that other women just do not hold, possess, don't know what it look like, don't know. And intrinsic value do come from the way that you were raised. What did the people who raised you put inside of you? Because whatever they put inside of you and whatever knowledge that you continue to seek, whatever help that you worked on yourself and things of that nature, those are the things that are gonna come out of you. And even if you do, go back to your old ways, it'll be quick for you to kind of straighten up because you already know that you slipping, or you already know that you going off a track. So, and you know what it's like to be on track. You know what it's like to be disciplined. You know what it's like to take direction and be obedient to those things, because obedience does breed, blessings. If you're not obedient, you can't really expect to be blessed because you're working out of obedience. You're being disobedient without obedience. So, a lot of women don't know how to answer that question because intrinsically they really don't have anything to offer.
They overthink it
they
too,
can't
right?
bring
That's all they
anything that
need
has
to do is say,
substance.
"I'll give you respect, whether I'm with you or not.
Right.
I'll give you respect." I mean, if they just said that, but at least now we're moving in the right direction.
And a lot of women can't even do that. They can't even give you respect whether they with you or not. That's what y'all had asked me a question.
I know I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that's part of the answer to the question.
Right, but what I'm saying is they can't say that because they
don't even know where to go with
it. They don't. Right. A lot of women, if they're not with a man or if it didn't work out, they're going to trash that man. They're going to tell everybody that it was his fault and things of that nature. Is just instead of saying, he may not
hear the God's side.
I also contributed to a lot. There were things that I wasn't listening to. There were stubborn ways that I had. They're not going to say those things. They're going to say, "Oh, he did this, he did that, he did this." They're not going to question the stance and the part that they played in the situation. And you're right. Respect, being with the man or not being with the man says a lot, because that's how a lot of women also burn a lot of bridges, because it's like, okay, you don't even have anything good to say that they've been together for 5-6 years and it didn't work. You don't have anything good to say about me. That makes me believe that the whole time you was with me, you really didn't have my best interest at heart. And men really want to know that women have their best interest at heart. Is it am I an option for you? Am I someone that you're truly invested in? Do you like me for me? When you like a person for who they are and not for what they think, you see their intrinsic value.
Right.
So nothing is going to make you turn against, how you see them on the inside. No amount of money that they bring in, no amount of cars that they have, none of those things is going to make you change your mind, because you see them for them. And some people are even blinded for about them. But that's the yin and the yang. That's that's what that is. But at the same time, women are to say that they're bringing respect for a man, whether they're with them or not, because once they're done with them, they have nothing good to say about them. They don't want to see them no more. They get triggered, you know. So those are just maturity levels that a lot of women have to reach, and finding the good in goodbye and just moving on with grace.
The funny thing is, the thing that everybody is saying right now in regards to this video and things of that nature, and it still boils down to what I said in the very beginning. It still boils down to paying attention. Women need to start paying attention to what men want. Most men, our requirements are, all of our answers are going to be the same. And if you listen to our answers, we all say the same thing. We don't care about a woman's complexion. We really don't care about her height. We don't care how many trips you've been on. We don't care if you've been to Dubai. It has no substance on what you can bring to the table for us. The typical male answer is women, they want to be men, they want to be respected. They want to come home to peace. You know what I mean? They don't want to initiate the sex all the time because we want to feel wanted too. You know what I mean? Our requirements aren't high at all. So you don't stop to think that for a man's requirements not to be high, if you can't at least give him that, there's got to be something wrong with her. Got to be something wrong with her. Now, for somebody that asks for too much, that's a whole different conversation now. Because like, man, you asking for a lot, brother. Like, man, you want all that?
But the
You know
problem
what I
is,
mean?
I see
But
is
a guy has to fulfill all these women requirements, and some of those requirements aren't even really necessary. I want a
fellas.
man to take me on trips. Who cares if he don't take you on a whole bunch of trips? He took you to at least 8. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody taking nobody on no 8 trips.
No, I'm just saying. Ballpark.
got
He's giving a
Oh,
ballpark.
no,
You
ballpark,
know what I'm
ain't
saying?
nobody going on no 8
He's
trips.
just giving a
Yeah.
ballpark. You know, I want a man to be able to take me on these trips. I want a man to take me to 4-star restaurants, and I want to sleep in 5-star hotels. Those things shouldn't matter. How does this man treat you when he come home?
It
Does he take out
matters
his
to
anger on
me.
you when he's really mad at his boss? No. He just want to come home to peace because his home should be his sanctuary. They say a man home is his castle. Let him treat him as such.
For a
That's
long
it.
time. The problem is that I've seen, a lot of us give too much too soon in our lives. We give it the best we got at 15, 16, 18, 20 years old. We just gave somebody that's having sex with us everything. We done got our bad credit because of somebody else. Like Brother Payne said, it leads back to the tip of the Johnson. Everybody's giving too much, and that's the problem. Most brothers haven't gotten to a place where they can even really give. And I don't blame them when they get there. Hell yeah, be a little selfish, but be a little bit more choosy. Be a little bit more determined and ask the questions. If you don't have a conversation with somebody, then they that shit, and you find out months later, that's your fault. Because today, like Lamont say, you better ask every question that comes to your mind. And a question that I ask somebody, and if they don't answer that shit, that's my answer. That's my answer, because everybody's smart enough. People know exactly what they're doing when they're trying to be deceitful and not tell you the truth, because they know how they are. And if you and man, just listen. Sometimes, man, I don't care. And listen, I don't know what y'all
Like,
consider
if I tell him
baddie.
this, he ain't gonna like me no more.
Y'all got it twisted when y'all talk about the baddie, because y'all go with the one with the longest weave, got the tattoos showing all the booty cheek. That's ass backwards, young man. That's ass backwards. The top tier would be someone like Miss Precious, who she thinks a little logically. She sort of skims over the fact that, I'm gonna say, salute to your parents. They gave you the balance that a lot of these young adults didn't have. You hear how they talk about daddy. They don't even know daddy. Mama didn't even know daddy, but daddy ain't shit. But daddy didn't. He done retired, been on his job 25 years, got his little stable place, got money in the bank. Because, man, if we don't really have the need for it, we don't go out and just splurge on that shit. We don't need to do that. But women, oh, I gotta have it, girl, girl. They act like they kids at 38. Girl, these new shoes came out, girl. I got to get them.
I'm sorry,
But you
y'all.
gotta pay
Sorry,
your
I'm signing
rent.
off.
But they give so much so soon. So by the time their brother come around at 34, 35, he ready. They like, I ain't got shit to give you. I'm it. They done gave it to the slow ass kids because the kids are slow as hell today. They can't read. They can't run. Everybody overweight. All that. They living like adults too soon.
Right.
And the man is like, well, damn, I just want my first share. I'm here now and I can do it. And that's where we are, especially with the brother. So I just hope brothers, see what it is, but then just focus on yourself. And listen, if you, I'll say this, and I'll shut up. If you can spend $150 a month on playing games, take $50 of that, save it for, look, you done worked that all month, you done got all your testosterone built up. One of them little shorties need $50 to put on their light bill. Call her ass up and say, come on through. Because that's the game that they're playing now. That's the game that they playing, but it's unfortunate. So
our Pain ain't playing that game. I ain't giving her no money.
but listen, it's cheaper than taking on a $200 date and getting no cheeks. You can call her over for $50. She's going.
Oh
If you like my man Joseph got them looks. So if you got them looks and them pecs, you got them pecs, she's going. But
This airbrush. Look.
Old Arcane would have had no problem. He'd have talked to the man, like, hold on, get your balloon back. Get your balloon back.
I like that. I like that. So,
I want to touch on what Coach said real quick.
Nowadays.
I want to touch on what Coach just said, which I think, not think, it can be easily missed. He's kind of like cryptic with it. He said, when we're young, when boys are young, they're at 17, 18, 19, and they're doing things with the tip of their Johnson, and he's talking about testosterone. That's the crux of the issue. We spend all our energy. We give away, we sow our wild oats, so to speak. We give all of this energy away. And so when a woman talks about character, which is what our Payne spoke about earlier, he said, women don't care about character. What I've learned, at least from 11th grade up until now, and just experimenting and just looking at how women choose men or how they even choose me. It's not even just a physical thing. They do go off character. They go off, there's some sort of insight that they have. And it is based on a man's his his ability to perform. They can sense it. It's like a testosterone thing. If it's too low, she's not gonna respect the man. I don't care if that man looks like me, he's a model. I've been disrespected just because I just let things go a lot when I shouldn't have, when I didn't know. I didn't know any better. But when I flipped it around, I said, well, what if I, exactly what Coach said? He said, just hold on to it, build up your testosterone. What does that even mean? Your diet, how you work out, not ejaculating all the damn time, not watching porn. It's a lot of things that go into it. And then, like magic, the respect comes, the character builds, all of these things build, it stems, that's the foundation. And a lot of men don't even understand that when they kill that foundation, that's when you look for alternatives. That's when you look for substitutions. You say, well, I got a career. I got money. I got cars. I got clothes. I got height. I got these other physical external things that how come I'm still being disrespected by these women? There's women that a lot of men would say I was disrespected by her, would turn around and respect me highly without me even having to say a word. I just show up. That's because of things of the work I've done behind the scenes, because I built up my testosterone. A lot of men, we we get rid of it. We expel it into a sock or into women. It doesn't have to just be masturbatory. It can just be into a woman. So they can do it with their right hand, or they can do it with a lot of women, and they don't get the respect that they feel like they deserve. So testosterone is a big, big one that a lot of men, a lot of young men don't even know. It's a precious resource they don't realize they have. And it took a lot of trial and error for me to realize, oh wait, I should probably save this thing up. So I think there's a reason why a lot of guys who go into their late 30s, 40s, 50s, they slow down on a lot of that stuff. And almost by just accident, they start having a better career. They start having their life start coming together. It's a result in large part because their testosterone levels were being built up because maybe they done all that in their 20s and 30s. And so now they inadvertently started building up these stores and it overflows. And that's what we're going to pick up on. I don't know how it's done. I don't know why it's done. I just know that's the way it's done. But a lot of men are unconscious of it and women are unconscious of it. But when a man becomes conscious of it and it's taught in public schools, instead of the bullshit that we're taught in schools, social studies, history, we were taught about our true nature and what builds a real man and what makes women respect a man, then I think there will be a lot more. There won't be that disrespect that we saw in the panel today. That just doesn't happen with me anymore because I understand that testosterone. I was like, wait a second. I remember when I was in Pure, I said it was 3 months I went without even doing nothing to myself. And I was like, how come these girls didn't like me all of a sudden? It was weird. It was like magic. But then you don't know that that's what it is that's causing that. So you go back and forth, and then you go into your 30s, you're like, huh. Then you get to your 40s and say, huh. But you learn much later in life. We can get the guys learning this much earlier when they hit 13, 12, 14 years old, puberty. Man, I wish my father did teach me that. But that's where I learned my bad habits from. I learned it from my father. So I had to unlearn those habits and realize that when you are releasing a lot of that energy that we have, that women pick up on subconsciously, man, it's game over. That's where the disrespect comes. That's where the back and forth comes from. It doesn't happen anymore. And so you start attracting the type of woman that you want, the kind of woman that you want to marry. A lot of the issues that you find in relationships won't exist anymore if men understood this secret. So when that woman says, I want a leader, a man has to lead in the sexual discipline first. But a lot of men are sexually undisciplined in many different ways, whether it's too many women, too much porn, too much masturbation, too much anything. So that's the key. But a lot of women will try to convince a man that that's not worth anything. I just want you to just feel good. And so the man starts feeling good and then he starts losing respect to the woman. He doesn't even know why. So that's the cause of a lot of breakup in relationships. I see it all the time. It's happened to me. I've seen it with my friends. I don't know what's going on. We had a great relationship, the honeymoon phase and everything. How come it just goes downhill from there? Well, maybe because you keep busting nuts all the damn time. You don't even realize that that's the reason why. She doesn't feel your energy no more. She doesn't feel your masculinity anymore. So these are all esoteric things that I'm gonna back away from now. I had a platform to speak on it, but it's what I've noticed, and it's I'm telling you, this is a definite. This is absolutely 100% the foundational reason for all the other issues that come from it. You can talk about each one, each individual issue. Oh, she disrespects me. She does this. She's asking me for money, for cars and clothes. This is stuff that women don't ask of me because they don't. It's they come around and I am all they want. I am enough for them because of the energy that I am conscious of that I preserve because I have sexual discipline. A lot of men do not.
And like earlier, I agree with everything you just said, Joseph. And like earlier, when I said I won't call men stupid or dumb, they're just some men are just unaware because they're like one track mind. That's definitely a sector of that. Just like women can be digmatized and it makes them stupid or dumb, not necessarily using those words, but we're gonna throw them in there. Is the same way when men are over sexual, it makes them fuzzy, it makes them not clear. That's why I always like when Arpain tells a story of when he was planning on marrying his wife, he refrained from having sex with other women so he can gain clarity. And not a lot of men take that into consideration and are serious with it because they feel like, oh, well, I'm gonna still get the cheeks. Like I'm a what you mean? Like they feel as though they're lesser than if they don't, continue that, or if they don't keep that up. But I think that a lot of men do need to look deep within themselves and find their intrinsic value. Not, I mean, it's life, for God's sake. It's a seed. It populates the earth. Like it's so valuable. And not only is it valuable when you let it go, but it's also valuable when you keep it. Because you are now building this life force inside of you that is helping you to carry out life inside of you, if that makes any sense, right? It's helping you carry out your mission. It's helping you get clearer and clarity. Now, I know men are going to want to have sex. I'm not saying that, men need to go against their nature. However, there are times you need to go against your nature. Just like as women, there are times we need to go against our nature because our nature is not going to lead us down the most profitable or path that's going to get us what we need. There are times where you do need to be disciplined. And if you can't be disciplined, then I think that would take you out of the running to be a top tier man. Because there has to be times in your life where you say, this is not going to control my day. This is not going to be something that I have to do today. Let me try and do something else. Let me focus my attention elsewhere. Let me put my energy elsewhere, because my energy elsewhere is actually going to give me the results that I need now and in the long run. Mm-hmm. Whereas if I just bust this nut real quick, okay, I'm tired. Now, what was I doing, huh? What was I doing? Like you don't have the clarity. You don't have the clarity.
What year is it? No,
right?
No, for real. That's for real.
So yeah, it's all for real. So you are you familiar with the book?
Oh my God, Trey.
You ever think of the book Think and Go Rich? You know, they have for men they have this law of sexual transmutation when you get into your
sexual transmutation. Yeah.
Right. So that, it's
semen retention.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
So
but he doesn't.
you know,
He
but all
doesn't
the
talk
energy,
about that.
right? All the energy that men would put to try to get laid, it starts to be focused on something else. That's why most men achieve high heights later on in life when they focus on things other than just getting laid.
You know what? The Bible talks about all this. You know, the book that everybody just throws to the side. God said, flee from your youthful lust, men and women. We would have so many things solved. I look at other cultures, like even the Muslims, they don't even look at what, they dress appropriately. They cover up so that they don't make the men drool. You know what I'm saying? They're mindful of how powerful their beauty is. You know what I'm saying? So let me shroud it just a little bit and reserve it for my husband.
But the one thing that other cultures like that do that America doesn't, they have the boys and girls in separate classes.
Yeah, that's necessary.
But that's important though for learning and concentrating and developing muscle and motor skills. That's important. In America, they put it all together without teachings of, I guess, the growth, the mindset. It's just learn this damn subject, and that's it. It ain't because boys, regardless, when they get to a certain age, I give it 5th, 6th grade, they have to be in positions with men, getting information about manhood, and women the same thing. But when you put it on our parents, because by the way, most brothers are childless up until their 30s, for the most part. Every brothers ain't out here just giving up free. We would, but we just don't have the opportunity. Women control that, and it's unfortunate because young women with this feminist ideology in our mindset are allowed to just be free with no consequences. Because we still haven't, women are still getting pregnant, but everybody's on birth control. You know what I'm saying? The guys are having unprotected sex, knowing what could happen. Yeah. And it's not the first time. I can see, because you can go back, we always been getting pregnant at 16, 17 years old. But now it seems like it's normal to have your 3rd or 4th child by the time you're 25, 26. And then we go, well, the brain ain't fully developed. So we're a bunch of immature ass motherfuckers around here just fucking. Right. And it seems to be okay coming from one side. Most men, we don't want to see our daughters out here moving like the women that we get involved with. Just out here. We would never tell our daughters dress a certain way. Allow that shit. You ain't going outside like that. But a women, unfortunately, they'll just let the children do as they feel. Right. And a lot of us give too much too soon. From 16 to 36, they done gave bad credit. Their credit is bad. They done spent up all the kids' money getting a BBL. They ain't let the father talk to the son because he ain't like her no more, or he got a new girl. And the youth suffer. They become adults. This is where a lot of these people are now adults, and they fight like fuck everybody. The kids, grandmama was a slave. Mama was a slave, but she died married.
Right, absolutely.
She ain't asked you to babysit your slow ass kids. You brought them slow ass kids over there to her because you was stressed out. But it's just unfortunate because I cannot see us going the next 20, 30 years in this divided state with our youngest, our strongest. It doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? we on the other side. But for the people who talk about ain't no mates, y'all go the rest of y'all life in this divide. Everybody loses. Everybody. And the borders are coming. They not putting them fancy apartments up for your damn slow ass who don't want to have your kids get out here and work hard. We making excuses. And the government already telling us we're gonna keep y'all divided so we ain't gotta give y'all nothing. Who take the chance for themselves? Take the chance on you and yourself. It'll change your life. Other than that, shut the hell up, stop crying.
And pick up a Bible.
And most people ain't reading the Bible. So.
You said what?
Most people ain't reading the Bible. They just
Oh yeah. I mean, it's so many examples in there. Like you see, like even the sexuality, sorry. You know, you just be on so many platforms, you don't know what you can't say. Even Joseph, right? Not you. Potiphar's wife came after him because he looked good. She initiated like, come sleep with me. She grabbing his clothes. He ran out the house naked because he's like, no, you ain't getting me caught up. He said, I respect myself enough. He said, I have to run out of here because this chick is off the chain. But look, she go lying like they do. Oh, he made advances to me. They do the same thing. Ain't that funny? People do the same thing and men lose everything. Where he was at in jail, he ain't do nothing. But then when he came out, he was second in rulership over everything. And then David, look, he let the other head talk to him, whole king and everything. I want that naked woman over there. Bring her over here.
David wanted that
husband to cover up his sin. I mean, it's a very dangerous thing. It makes us do crazy things. So I think we
don't control it. Because it is like a fire. And with Joseph, everything that Joseph accomplished, I'm convinced now. It took me a long time to figure out why was he even pursued by this woman, this man's wife who was second in command? You would think that he's just a slave. What did she want with him? Other than just his youth. And then he came out and then he accomplished all these things. Second in command, he has a beautiful wife and kids. It's because it had to have been sexual discipline. That was the number one thing that had his dream. He had the initial dream and it carried out to the end. It's almost like there's a promise that comes with that, or there's a blessings that come with it. You see that even with celibate women or even virgin women. I can tell the difference in how their lives are compared to women who have slept around a lot. Same thing with men. And men like to think, oh, it's different for us men because you get curses on you too, and you're not able to pair bond as well as you should be able to because you're just as human as she is. This idea that you're not as emotional as a woman is BS. So it affects you not maybe as much, but it affects you badly. So there's a lot of soul ties and things that come with it. But Joseph, he didn't do none of that. He was like, man, I'm just gonna be chilling. He came out, and that energy is necessary to push through. Every man knows it. You come through tough times, hardships, and you need that energy, that testosterone to get you through things. And he was just very disciplined with himself. And that's how he accomplished a lot of things he did. Same thing with, I would say, every other great man and woman in the Bible. They were just disciplined. They got the things they wanted in life because they were patient. They didn't go around sleeping with butcher people. And they were sexually disciplined. I think that's the biggest That's like it's just something. I don't know. The
Yeah, and
Bible
look at
does mention it,
Samson, the
but it's not
strongest
as
man
super
ever,
clear.
overcome by a woman, telling the
Samson,
secret. Come on.
same
He had
here,
probably
same
the
here.
most testosterone mixed with God's strength, ability on him.
Amazing.
Boom, brought him down. So,
That's what it feels
like,
like.
like
Right,
Lamont
School?
said,
That's
you got to
literally
pay attention.
that's what it feels like. So that Samson story, every man can I'm sure some women have seen it. If they
There.
have sex with
Everything
their
is
husband or
there.
their boyfriend, there's something that they lose something that matters. It's something, it feels like a Samson moment. And they feel like a Delilah moment. And they're not even aware, like, why is he not the same man before we got into bed together? And why is things going downhill from here? Just like with Samson and Delilah. But we think it's just the hair. Oh, she cut off his hair. But that's kind of like a cryptic version of cryptic way of saying what he was obviously with the woman for the night, and it caused his downfall.
Yep.
Whatever that was that was in him is not explicit. It's not like just saying, "Oh yeah, he kept his no, cut off his hair," or coach might say, "Yeah, you gotta." He's talking the tip of his Johnson. It's like it's cryptic language in scripture that we might not even pick up on and say, "Damn, these men were
Right
powerful."
there.
Why
It's
were they
right
powerful?
there.
The seed of
Right
life,
there.
right there,
That's just
all
me.
in us, and we just throw it away. And then we feel like a Samson. It just falls down. And it's not even just a physical decline, which happens too. I think that's a lot with cancers and heart disease and heart attacks. That's where it comes from. Man, age quicker. It's a lot of physical issues, but it's a mental and spiritual decline. It's like you're falling from a very high perch, and it's just a fast decline, and it feels like you can't get out of it. It's a depression. It's if you've seen a man in that state, it's the worst feeling in the world. But when a man is high on the hog, and he's like high on that testosterone, he's not doing anything crazy. He's holding it, man. It's you're on cloud nine. But a lot of men don't know it, so they go back and forth between the two states, between the fallen state and the risen state, just like Adam and Eve. I mean, there's
Yep.
something to it. Something to it.
I mean, Adam and Eve, that was an origin story. So whenever you see something for the first time, it's like you have to know that there's nothing new underneath of the sun, right? So, I think that we talk about this, but that's why people should read for their understanding. Don't take what you hear um as the absolute truth, because there's so many things that I read that I had to read over and over and over again and got different revelation or insight on that same passage. I always tell y'all we got to read things 3 times. As an English major, read it 3 times, listen to it 3 times, right, to get that full understanding, so you're not just going off of that first hearing or that first reading. Maybe there's a word that you missed the first time that could actually put some meaning in there that didn't have it before.
Right.
So we have to really go out and seek the knowledge, and we can't act like it's not there, because it is.
Right.
When we talk about our childhoods and, oh, I didn't get this and this and this and this, well, yeah, those things may be true. However, they don't have to stay true. They don't have to continue to be your story. You can recreate the story and go in a different direction. And we have the tools. The tools are out there for us to do that. I think some people are just lazy and they make excuses of why they don't want to get out of their depressed state, or and things of that nature, and then wonder why they're sick, or wonder why nothing good ever comes their way, because you're not pivoting. You're not doing the things necessary to get yourself on the straight and narrow. You want to have this, that misery loves company. You want that company. I'm not going to keep you company. I'm not one of those people. I don't, if you grown and you able to do, and you got 2 feet and you got transportation, and I'll be the first one to be like, you need me to get you a book from Barnes and Noble, because I love to give a good book as a gift, because it's knowledge. They always say you don't want somebody to know something, put it in a book, right? Because people aren't going to take the time to do those things, and those are the things that we need to take the time to do.
Absolutely.
It's
Hidden in
imperative
plain sight.
in our children's health.
It's hidden in plain sight. So a lot of times you're not going to find, like, there's blind spots that we all have. So you can say it's in books, it's on the internet, it's on Google, but information and knowledge like this, you're rarely going to come across, because that's not what's promoted, that's not what's pushed in the media that we consume majority. So you have to have, like, basically luck in a way, which is kind of what happened to me, or just like, okay, I'm noticing things that when I do this, this happens. When I do that, and you have to slowly put the pieces together yourself. That can take years. But a man who has gone through it, or even a woman says, "Hey, listen, I was celibate until marriage, or I was doing," or a man say, "Hey, listen, you should don't forget about what they say about someone like hold your seed, like do this." If I had that knowledge instead of being introduced to pornography when I was 13, imagine how much further I'd be today. But I just didn't have the knowledge. It was always in existence. Of course, all these books existed because I was slowly coming to the awareness of it. But I didn't have anyone or a man to show me otherwise. And I had to figure it out on my own. That's not something I would want for my son. I wouldn't want, hey, you go out there and, knowledge out there, but you don't know what knowledge to look for. So there is a requirement to steer people in the right direction, to kind of point and say, this is where you find this knowledge, and I've been where you're going through, and this is how um, avoid the pitfalls that I went through. It'll save you like 2 decades of your life if you do this. And if I told my daughter the same thing, hey, listen, this is your mother. She's going to tell you how she went through the process, and so it'll save time and heartache and pain and breakups and all of this different destruction that comes from just sexual immorality. So much of this is just sexual issues. Almost all of it. I would say 95% of the problems. Money issues, you probably got some issues there. You got some with sexual relationship issues, familial issues, any issue almost stems from that. So I wish I was told that when I was younger. I didn't know what I didn't know that I know now. And it's not taught in public schools. I wasn't even taught by my parents. It's just something that you hope that you figure out along the way. And if you don't, good luck to you. You're probably going to have an early death. You're always going to try to spin your wheels.
No.
Wow. So extreme.
But Joseph, I was listen. I'm probably over 20 years older than you, close to 20 years older than you. A lot of things we are not taught by our parents. However, there are messages within our community, within the schools, within people we come in contact with. We just, especially today, you know what I'm saying? Today, as much as we talk about this past like it was a curse to us, but we invented the most shit. We were smart. We did all kinds of shit. We had our problems with each other in a sense, but for the most part, we were able to work it out, to balance it out. 50-50, I'll take 50-50 marriages again all day. I'll take that shit. We was in the top with that. However, there's so much information out there now, and it goes on both sides. There should be no excuse for anybody. I'll just go at 25 when people feel like they're trying to be grown. Now I'm grown at 25, right? Between 25 and 35, everybody should be moving in a position to be better, to make the lives better for those coming up behind them. Because I can guarantee, just based on you saying that, like you mentioned about your children, I can guarantee if you give them the energy and the encouragement and the discipline that they need for the next 10 years, they will be 10 times richer than you, more disciplined than you, and everybody's blessings will be fulfilled because you're giving them information. They moving in a way that they're getting balanced information. A lot of brothers and sisters ain't got this balanced information from mom and daddy. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna let your daughter just dress any kind of way out, coming out of your house every day, going to school. You ain't gonna do that shit. But a lot of you and young adults don't get this message. Everybody's message can, like I've been saying, it's attached to a parent who may have been there or not been there. That's the thing we don't speak about. We say, people say the daddy wasn't there, but people don't. What about what you was getting every day? What about where you went to sleep at? You know what I'm saying? Was there discipline in the home that you were groomed in? And people won't address it because I need mama to babysit my slow ass kids. See, she's my babysitter, so I can't talk about her. And we move sort of the same way, so I can talk about daddy. It's easy because he wasn't there. And I think a lot of people's problems can be solved if right now, just go have a conversation with him. Make him answer those tough questions. Get the other half of the answer you don't know about. so you can bring it to a better understanding. And a father, even today, I guarantee most men who are logically thinking about life and gotten to that space where they want to be men and good people, they'll probably bless you 10 times more now today. But a lot of people from where I see, they don't want to do it, but then they make excuses. You cannot be 40 years old making excuses on why you're not trying to be better based off family, based off shit that you say you didn't know. It's too much information out here. Motherfuckers Google shit all day. They give you 42 answers. So what you gonna do when they come and kick you out of your fancy apartment that you can't afford because they changing this shit?
Right.
So who you gonna have to lean on then? So I'm sorry, man.
All right, so we're gonna get into our final thoughts and then get out of here. It's getting late. It's getting real late. This turned into one of them 5-hour shows.
That's good.
But I appreciate you guys, everyone in the chat. I appreciate you. But we're gonna start with our final thoughts. We'll start with our pain, go over to Coach Ferg, down to Joseph, and then over to Wife School Podcast.
It was an interesting, interesting night, to say the least. I don't have anything more profound to say. It's just interesting. I don't know if we solved the problem. I just think that, or if there was really a problem, I just think that, I guess top tier is in the eye of the beholder, depending on what you want, and I think people are gonna continue to define it the way they want to. Women define it one way. I'm kind of disappointed in Cooley the way he said top tier. I don't agree with him. I mean, he might be top tier in aesthetics, but that doesn't make you a top tier character.
Right.
Right. So that's where he gave the lady a opening. But then she put her foot in her mouth. Even though she started out well, then she just put her foot in her mouth. And that's disappointing. Because she didn't like what he said. They probably went to the hotel room after that. Shit was over. Nobody.
No.
Yeah. they probably smashed after it was all over.
No, I think that woman. I'm only
joking.
She's in the business of shaming men, but
is that what her business is?
I've seen her. No, I'm not saying that she's in the business of shaming men, but what I am, I have seen her do that to a man before on a different platform.
I was just joking with that little crack anyway. So
humble a man on a different platform because they didn't meet her criteria and what she wanted in a man. So
let me just add it here.
I've seen her do that.
She reminded me of a little bit of Dr. Bryant trying to shame Cam Newton, and I took a lot of umbrage with what she had to say because I think those men just take advantage of what the society is right now. I think nobody really wants marriage. Rich men, marriage is really a bad business decision for them, but they still want legacy. I had a video, they want their legacy a la carte. As long as I could pay for it, as long as I could take care of my kids, I don't need the entree. We could blame Michael Jackson for that shit. He started that. That I know of. He bought his kids, even though they're not his biologically, but he bought them, right, from that lady. So anyhow, let me land it there. I just think that I don't see it getting any better. I think November 5th is a referendum on what kind of country we're going to have in terms of, forget about the politics, but in terms of what we're going to accept, one way or the other. I think, Christian values are going to be all but lost if one party wins over another. I'll just leave it at that without naming names because it's already down that path already. So I just think we're in for a big reckoning. The only thing that's coming out of this cycle is that black men are actually starting to stand up and say, you know what, hell with this bullshit. I don't give a shit what black women want. I don't give a shit what the Democrats want. I don't give a shit what nobody wants. This is our time. I think more and more black men are starting to say, you know what, enough is enough. If nothing's in it for us, then we're gonna just go our own way. I think that's a good thing. Anyway, so let me land it there.
Thank you so much, Arpain. I appreciate you. Thank you for being on the.
Thank you. All right.
Ooh, well, Precious, first of all, I just want to congratulate you on your beautiful sign right there. It looks good behind you. Now, I know you gazing at it, but it looks real nice. I got that purple look to it. It's real nice, though. I appreciate that.
My sister gifted me this for my birthday.
Yeah, salute to the sisters. Salute to the parents. Salute to mamas and daddies who understand the mission. Salute to the people who want to fulfill the righteous. I don't know, however you look at it. You know, if you want to follow the Christian way, Muslim way, whichever way, you have to find peace within your life at some point. You can't be always focused on the shit that got you to this point. You use it as a foundation, a building block. You can't, you know, we all are at different stages in life, regardless of our age. But it just depends on when you are determined to be better.
Very true.
And it has nothing to do with the opposite sex. Just how do you move with people that you know, people that, you know, how do you move at work? Everywhere you go, how are you respectful to people, places, and things? You know, what do you say out of your mouth into the universe? You know, I can't say one thing and just move totally opposite of what I just said. How do I look down on people? I can't look down on people and then say, bless me, Jesus. That shit don't go together. So you have to be willing to stand in your righteous energy at some point in your life. Believe me, I understand. If I was in the streets, y'all are ugly looking dudes, y'all wouldn't have a chance, man. So be thankful to my wife that I'm not on the streets no more. And I agree without pain. I don't believe I would have a woman that I qualify for me. I wouldn't have too many issues with them. And if I did see a red flag, I'm not avoiding that shit. I'm going to move accordingly because I don't expect every woman to like me just because I'm handsome. I'm just being facetious, but everybody don't like light skin with big nose and big lips. Okay. I'm not going to lose sleep over that. But I think right now, our strongest, that's why I said, you know, 25 and 30, that shit's strong as hell for a man. And if you're going to be single, be in the best shape. So when you pull up on a chick with your shirt off and you got your pecs showing and shit, she looking like, okay. Then when you got to say something, just be mindful of what you say. You know, if she don't like you at that time, you ain't got to belittle her. She might be going through some shit. Let her go through that shit by herself. You don't want to be in it. And same thing for women. We give too much too soon. You know what I'm saying? And when I say about it, what I mean by that is we giving our bodies too soon. We just are over. If we can add sex up to the amount of dollars, everybody be rich.
Billionaires.
Too soon. Our youngest and our innocent are, you know, they seeing too much of our crap and we push it on them and we expect for them to be better. But we only showing them how to be worse, how to be less than. We say be less than. And it's one of the most critical times in our history going forward. And it's, again, just showing how divided we are. Because nobody's looking at logic on one side. And, you know, we fed up on another side. If we really care about our daughters like they trying to push, women, work with the man so your daughter won't be a stripper. Work with the man so your son won't have a flip wrist. If we care about our children that much, the system is saying allow them to keep doing that. We have to fight against that. If not, man, if it did hit the fan, how many of y'all willing to fight for what you believe in? How many of y'all willing to sacrifice everything you have for what you believe in? So, you know, I just hope that we can get to a better space. It looks real bleak right now, but hey, if you got a fancy apartment, hope you can be ready after this election to downsize because you ain't gonna be able to afford it. It's gonna be.
Thank you, Coach Ferg. I appreciate you. Thank you. Joseph, your final thoughts, and thank you so much for joining the panel. Before you give your final thoughts, how did you find out about my channel?
Wife School Podcast. She's on Bolo's show every Friday. Well, not every Friday, but some Fridays.
Okay. I'm streaming, and he's I follow him.
Well, thank you for that. Teamwork makes the dream work. All right, Joseph, your final thoughts?
I liked everything you said when you was correcting the lady about what it is to be a man, what a woman should look for in a man. I was just listening, smiling, like that's exactly what every man is looking for. Or every decent, good man is looking for if he's looking for a quality woman or a top tier woman. Obviously, he would have to be top tier himself, so that means he would have to work on a lot of different factors, probably unpacking some traumas, sexual discipline, getting his finances. So there's a lot of things involved to be that, to attract the type of woman that you said this is what a woman like yourself, or even like White School Podcast, would be looking for in a man. That takes work. That takes effort. It's not enough to just be tall, dark, and handsome like myself. It's not. I learned that the hard way. I tried to skate by on it, and that wasn't a move. It was like, oh yeah, well, I have fling with you. I'm like, yeah, but I want some more. Like, yeah, nah. It's you don't have those character traits, those things that everything that you mentioned, Precious, about what a woman looks for. And I realized that's actually the real work. And believe it or not, doing push-ups and working out, that's easy compared to everything I had to do internally, emotionally, and spiritually to attract the type of woman that you described. So I'm glad that you pointed that out. Took me a while to get around to actually doing the work, and I'm still doing it. But I am seeing the fruits of that labor. I've seen it materialize so long as I continue on this path. Lastly, you spoke about women having this thing about wanting a humble man, which is what she did. She's not. It's been done to me. I've seen it done to a lot of my male friends, and just especially black men in general. It's meant to put men in their place so that women can be at the top, or to have that power that a man that we as men rightfully have since birth, but we're taught that we're not worthy of having it. So we do all types of things to discard it, whether it's got into the streets and gang bang or sell drugs to the community, being sexually undisciplined is a big one. And then so you everything that represents masculinity is gone out the window. And it's weird to say that women play a big part in perpetuating that. Not to say that they're the ones who um, that is their fault, because as men we still are the leaders. We still have to make the choice, but it's not. It doesn't help that there's a lot of black boys raised in single mother homes who are taught this from their mother, and that's all they know. They don't have the father, and so all they know is how to be the opposite of their true nature. Because it's in the woman's best interest that the man doesn't know who he truly is, and that he doesn't recognize the power that he truly has. Um, it's okay, son. Just go out there and get all the women you can. Just have sex, spend money, sell drugs, get in jail. That's cool. And then it's hard to break out of that cycle. So, if there's any solution, I would say, like I said earlier, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm massive, massive proponent of sexual discipline as the number one thing. That seems to fix all of the other smaller issues that we think are big issues, but become insignificant once that fire has been tamed and been contained within a safe container, not not snuffed out, not repressed, because that's dangerous as well, but expressed in a healthy manner. So that way we can attract the wives that we want in our life, raise the children that we want to raise, and have the careers we want to have. It's just the world becomes a much better place when there isn't a lot of the sexual deviancy going on.
I agree. I agree. We see what's happening with Diddy. I'm just kidding. But
Ooh.
see what's happening with Diddy. I always say, that sexual deviation, it definitely lies with people who have a lot of money. But that's a whole nother story. Because if you can't be disciplined with your wallet, you're not going to be disciplined with what's in your pants. You're not going to be disciplined. It's just going to trickle down. So, but thank you so much, Joseph. You can definitely join anytime. We're usually live on Wednesdays at 9:15 p.m. on this channel. And if you don't follow me, you can follow me on Instagram. Real Precious Official is where I put up my announcements that we're going to be live. And you guys are in a, I don't think Stephanie's in this group chat, but I have the group chat with the men's panel, giving them the link to join. And then I usually send it as well or post it in the chat for you guys to join. So definitely join us anytime. I appreciate it, your input, your insight, your perspective. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
CBN, I don't want to be rude, but I'm not going to pull you up because we have to get off. I'm just saying. I'm just being honest. It's 2:12 over here in New Jersey. And we've been on.
This is late.
We coming up on 5 hours, of being on the show. So definitely catch us next week, okay? I know you came in a little late last week, so I don't know if you do a show too, or what the case may be. But I do appreciate the support. I'm just, just kind of letting you know right now we're not opening the panel anymore for this evening. But thank you. Hopefully, I'll see you next week. I appreciate you. Wife School Podcast.
Woo! Oh, girl, I am so drained. I have a long day. I really enjoyed the topic. Like when I saw that clip just in passing on Instagram, I was like, ooh. But we really do not know what our value is. And if we don't know what our value is, how do we know what the opposite sex value is, and I think we all as a people need to take a step back from a lot of things, recalibrate and come back to society because as Trey Ferg said, the divide is going to get more and more. And so many times I've heard him say we need to just come together, make a deal, and depend on one another, despite what's going to happen around us. We don't know. Who knows? The floods and who knows? But I know that I would rather probably have somebody that I love and trust, respect, and admire than someone I'm trying to insult and, drag through the ground, and disrespect. But we really do need a mindset change, and just to see where we are as a country just is a reflection of how torn down we are, things that we've let ride, that have just torn our whole society down. And it's really sad, from when I'm a child and growing up and just observing everything and then seeing the world that my children are growing up in, so I have to do my due diligence to plant my seeds first at home. Let their dad plant their seeds. They have their grandparents, thank God, let them plant those seeds, and we go to church, develop that strong foundation. So when they do come out here, they have a stronger sense of identity, and they won't be so, they won't be too much swayed by what's going on, by the foolishness. So we just gotta stop giving into the foolishness, pay attention, do the work on ourselves, be the best version of ourselves, get some push-ups, avoid the floppy hand. No, yeah. I'm sorry. And I mean, come on, let's do
the going like that is if you follow into the ball shot. If you're not
work on your free throw. Okay, that's what I meant. Don't do the other thing. Work on your free throw.
The only person I want to do when you follow him.
I mean, we will be in a much better situation. Incorporate God, stronger people around you that can help you and hold you accountable, not the people that will encourage you to still keep doing the same things, expecting different results. I beg you. Keep tuning in, okay, to the Real Precious. Keep tuning in to the people with sound mind and sound doctrine and sound knowledge and sound mentorship, okay? We got a coach here. We got another coach here. We got a marriage. We got politics. We got Joseph here. We got me. We're out here, okay? Keep coming back. Keep coming back. That's all I have to say.
Yes, yes. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Lamont for always making the conversation colorful, and he's going to be him 100%. That's what we can always count on with Lamont. And a lot of his viewpoints, while they may be long in nature, sometimes I believe that sometimes they are needed, because that's how people out here really feel and think and express themselves, and that's their point of view as well. So I think it's all needed. It's all appreciated. I appreciate anyone who comes on the panel. Is open to men and women. It started out as a men's panel, in which it is. However, women are invited on the panel to just give your perspective, as well as to listen. A lot of times I do this show, and a lot of people might be like, "Oh, well, she the hoe. Why she not?" Da, 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 da. A lot of times I'm listening. A lot of times I'm observing. That's just the nature of who I am. Period. But I do like to host a perspective panel. Because I think that we always should be students. I'm never going to reach it to the top, because even when I reach it to the top, it's going to be another level where I need to be a student. I need to be able to sit and listen. And I think even just that simple quality, a lot of women lack as well. And like we were talking about earlier, it does come, thank God it comes from my upbringing. But I also have to thank God too, because I was adopted into that upbringing. That's not where my blood came from. My blood didn't come from discipline. My blood didn't come from, following Christ. My blood didn't come from that. But God made sure I was adopted into that. So I could be different. I could know the difference. I know discipline, those things. Now, am I perfect? No. But I do know the law. I do know that when I slip up, or when I'm not always careful, I know where to go to get me right back on track. It's not like I'm like, oh, what do I do? And I'm in the dumps and I can't go to work, and I can't, there are a lot of people who can't function because they don't know what to do. There are a lot of people who can't function because they don't have the knowledge or the support. There are a lot of people who can't function because once their world crumbles, they just do not know how to rebuild it. And I thank God I went through the trials and tribulations that I went through, so I know how to, recall those resources, so I know what to do in the case of trial and tribulations. But a lot of people don't know, and I'm forever grateful to my parents, because I think they did a great job. I didn't see it then. I didn't always appreciate it then, but I do feel as though I couldn't and I wouldn't trade it for the world, and a lot of people need to also realize that, hurt and pain, what that can produce is, something that you thought you would never be able to see, a beauty in yourself that you never thought you would be able to see, or even produce, or even be able to give to others. Right. Because a lot of time your pain is not even for you. It may seem personal. It may seem like God is picking on you. It may seem like he's taking you through the ringer, but it's really for you to be able to help somebody else. Right. I always say that I have this saying on my personal Facebook page, and it's a saying from God, like, what have you done with what I've given you? Right? Like when you talk to God, he's asking you, what have you done with what he's giving you? And I never want to say, oh, I didn't do anything, or, my pain, I just couldn't, I was just so heartbroken. No, he's a creator, you're a creator. So if he created you out of the dust and you are a creator, then the pain, the tribulations, the trials, all those things you can create and make it something beautiful, and then pass it on to somebody else. But a lot of people don't think that their problems are for other people. They think that they're, that God is attacking them. And it's really to develop you. It's really to mature you. It's really to get you to a level where you don't have to continue to do childish things, and you can grow into a mature adult and put those childish things away. But we have to get there mentally. And sometimes I don't know how to teach from a point and a standpoint of not having my parents,
Right.
because that was a huge part of it, right? That was a huge part of it. I would have to go back to being in Jersey City and being exposed to a lot and things of that nature. I was just talking to my sister, I think it was my sister or a friend earlier, and I was telling them, man, if I would have I was exposed to so much in Jersey City. And when I came to South Jersey, everything was blocked off. TV had a code on it. The internet had a code on it. I couldn't wear this. I couldn't do that. It was just like a culture shock. And it was like, what? What you mean I can't? Who are you? What you mean? I had a foul mouth. What? I had a foul mouth. But it took that correction. It took that, that molding, to get me to realize. And you don't really realize those things until you're older.
Mm-hmm.
You don't realize it until you get into your own relationships. You don't realize until you have your own kids that those were meant to develop you. And so, when God asks, what have you done with what I've given you? I'm gonna tell him I've given it to someone else. In my heart of hearts, I believe that I'm making other people better. That's all I could do. That's all I could do. I can only be an example of God's love. I told you, only Jesus saves. I don't do no saving. That's not my job. That's not my job. My job is to be an example of that, and to be here for you when you need a little bit of an encouragement. And those who are in my life personally know that that's who I am.
Right.
And that's, what they can come to me for. So I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. We went long tonight, but I appreciate you guys sticking around. I appreciate Joseph hopping on the panel. Come back.
Joseph.
Those who are in the chat, thank you. And I always, always finish up by saying, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. Because if you're not real with yourself, there's no way you could be real with anyone else. You're gonna live a lie. You're gonna be hurting. You're gonna be stressing. You're gonna be sick. You might die early. I ain't wishing death. I'm not wishing death on nobody, but being real means that you're at peace with yourself at whatever level you're at. And so, because who wants to live a lie? Who wants to be stressed? Stress kills. Okay, stress kills.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm able to sleep good at night. Like when I get off of here, y'all, I'm gonna be knocked out. Okay. But I'm gonna sleep good because I'm not gonna be stressing about nothing. I'm not gonna be worried about nothing. I'm not gonna have nobody, son on my mind because I'm stressing over something. No, I'm not gonna stress about it. I'm gonna give it to God and go to sleep. And I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and receive the new blessings that tomorrow hold, and put today in the books as it's over.
Right.
Today's gonna bring its own blessings. So speaking of today, we are into Thursday. So like I said, guys, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.